I thought you might.
All right, I'd like to call the meeting to order. It's 7 o'clock. Stand for the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, we have a full house. That's exciting. So, what I would like to do is first let everybody know, much like airline attendants do, where the exits are. Off to the side, there's exits out in the back. Restrooms are in the vestibule area, lobby. Conversations that don't pertain to the application itself, please take them out so as not to disturb the rest of whether it be the applicant or our questions. If you would, either silence or turn off your cell phone. If you are speaking, let us know who you are. We're going to give anybody a chance that wants to speak. So that would be your name and your address. If you're talking about a particular exhibit, for example, this piece of paper here, do your very best on using descriptive words. Compass directions help. If you talk about a road or a structure, use your words, because what happens is, Amber here is recording, and it's going to create our minutes, and what sometimes gets confusing, if the speaker says, well, if you can see over here, or if you notice over there, that doesn't translate well to text. So the more descriptive words that you can use, the better. If you haven't done so, please sign in the back. And I think that should take care of those announcements. Okay, next. We have minutes that we need approval, the December 5th, 2022 minutes. So if everyone has read them and reviewed.
Motion to approve.
Thank you, Matt.
Second.
Thank you, Fred. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And Alexis, you need to abstain. All right, on board for our agenda. Mr. Butler is first. Is he here? Come on up.
Good evening. The summary of the last year for the Victor Historic Advisory Committee presented a historic lecture series with 5 lectures. Pat Bolger on the history of the Blasey Farm. John Marks, a historian from Geneva, spoke on the Phelps and Gorham Purchase. Babette Huber did a presentation on the history of the VCS yearbook, the Bagel, not the Bagel. Cynthia Hauk, Landmark Society, spoke on the architecture of Victor. And lastly, Wilma Townsend, curator at the Ontario County Historical Society, talked on the history of textiles in Ontario County. Also, in conjunction with the Cemetery Committee, a tour of the cemetery was done with live actors in May at the Old Village Cemetery. Also, members of the community and other historians on 2 separate occasions began cleaning of 200-year-old gravestones. A newsletter sent to historic Victor plaque recipients to make them aware of grants and other information concerning their historic structures. Articles written for the town newsletter about the committee's activities. And we also have been supporting the need for a Barnes survey. And that's it.
Thank you so much. Anybody have any questions?
No.
Great.
Great.
Thanks so much for your time.
You're welcome.
Have a good night. All right, next is Tough Sports.
Good evening, Tom Farmiger,
Lance Toth, Toth Sports.
MRB Group. Here tonight to go over our updated application to you guys. Since Lance met with you last time, we took a look at the site plan, which we provided a copy to you, as well as architectural plans tonight, which I dropped off on your desks. The proposed building square footage has reduced slightly, as well as the requested setback variance. The new square footage that we're proposing is a proposed building off the west side of the property. It's 1,350 square feet. It's approximately a 27 by 50 foot building addition. It will have a drive-in access door off the north side of the building. To the property line to the west, we are requesting basically a 13.9 foot setback now, as opposed to the required 30 feet. Proposed building configuration within, on the east side of the property is the main office area, and his production area and warehousing space is off to the west, which really facilitates the reason why we need to extend it in that direction.
Okay, just to recap quickly, at the December 5th meeting, there was a discussion about the kind of products and business that you have. It's a scoreboard digital sign, and nutshell version, you leave those things outside, weather is going to destroy them, right? So you need to have an additional storage space, and it makes some sense from your presentation is to put it on the west side, because structurally that's where the door is. To put it on the other side, the east side, that's where the offices are, and that just would be cost prohibitive. That's fair to say?
Correct.
Okay. County Planning Board took a look at it. It's Class 1. The only thing that they had a note on, before I go any further, did you take a look at that? Did you see it?
No, I didn't
Okay.
get a copy.
So what they talk about is they need site plan. Oh, we have a site plan drawing. They were talking about drainage. You see any of that?
I don't see it as a drainage issue. Right now, the property sits up higher than the road, and it naturally sheet drains out towards the road towards the north. And there are multiple catch basins along that private driveway to address that.
All right.
We are looking to,
Okay, all right. Sorry, I'm looking at it in a different one. That's fine. So you don't see any environmental issues, how it's constructed. You're not going to cause any drainage or flooding problems on your property or the neighbor's property. That shouldn't be any problems at all.
correct.
All right. Matt, do you have any questions?
No, I'm all set. I saw the comments, from the county. They kind of noted the adjacent building houses a similar business to business and retail uses. I have no further questions.
Fred, questions?
No, I see this, I drove by and there was new stuff out in the rain the day I was over there, so I could see the need for it, and it's higher than the neighbor. The neighbor has a driveway on this side of their property, so if the building came out, I don't think it's gonna have a detrimental appearance. So I'm all set with it.
Great. Okay. Alexis, questions, comments?
No questions, I'm all set.
Great. Anyone from the public want to speak for or against the application? Great. Okay, so let's go through the criteria. First one, an undesirable change would not be produced in the character of the neighborhood or detriment to nearby properties created by granting of the area variance. Justification being that the type of business and the materials that the applicant is concerned about being a digital sign business, that he needs to have them, or the company needs to have them sheltered from the weather. Otherwise, the materials and product would be destroyed or damaged. It's cost prohibitive to use or make the addition on the east side. One being is that there is already an existing bay, and then adding the bay on the west side makes this most logistic sense. Would anyone else like to add anything to the first criteria? All right, hearing none. The benefits sought by the applicant cannot be achieved by some method feasible for the applicant to pursue other than an area variance. Again, is from the first criteria, the justification being it makes the most logistic sense and also economical sense to add the bay to the west as opposed to the east, because there's offices on the east. The bay is already existing, and I think we also discussed before that going in the backyard, that's not going to work either because of the topography. So the only logical place for the addition would be to the west. Anyone want to add anything to the second criteria? Third, the request is for a 13.9 setback. So it can be argued that the requested area variance is not substantial, just due to the footage that they're looking for. Would anyone like to add or comment on the third criteria? Fourth, the proposed variance will not have an adverse effect or impact on the physical environmental conditions in the neighborhood or district. The applicant, as well as engineer, as the engineer said, that there shouldn't and will not be any drainage issues. So therefore, there won't be any physical environmental conditions, negative impact. Would anyone like to add to the fourth criteria? Fifth, the alleged difficulty inherently, it's self-created. Are there any other conditions that we want to put on this?
We're all set? I'm all set.
Against?
Hold on. Whose ever cell phone that is. Thank you. So we're looking at other conditions that we really didn't touch on it. I
I'm
don't,
okay, I don't think there's.
I don't think, Alexis, you're good? You're okay with no other conditions?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so there won't be any other conditions. So I would entertain a motion for approval.
I so move.
I'll second.
Thank you, Fred. For first and second would be Matt. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carried. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank
Good
you.
luck to you.
Thank you.
Was there anybody in the public for?
No one commented, but I think we're good.
Yeah, we asked.
Thank you, Fred. Next is the Engbrecht. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. Sounds good. How are you? Come on up. So a quick review. You're here for a three-car detached garage, and the reason for the variance is it's this forward of the principal residence. There was a county planning board review. It's class 1, so there's a few comments that not to be concerned about. There's an existing driveway. You have a 2.2 acre lot. However, the area that we're looking at is, I understood you last time, it's pretty much the only place you can go due to the topography in the back. We had asked you, did you present or provide us with a
Yep,
topography map?
I brought one in and dropped it off at the planning board office.
Okay, got it.
It's a big one, so.
All right. And also, you let us know that there won't be any separate utilities. This is just for family.
Right.
It's not going to be VRBO. You're not renting it out. It's primarily, it's for your daughter.
Correct.
Okay. Would you like to add anything else or tell us anything more than what we had before?
No, the map that we've got there kind of shows, I pushed it as far back away from the road as I could, as if it moved any further back, it would start to fall over the topography on the other side. So I kind of picked the spot where it was the most flat.
Do you have a distance for us? And
On that, yes, I mean, I did bring one, and in the other one that didn't have the topography on it, it shows the setbacks. It was that one.
right, but forgive me if we didn't be specific about it last time. When variances are granted, especially when we talk about structures, is to have the applicant tell us as close as they possibly can, where is this going?
Okay.
So now, even though setbacks aren't necessarily an issue for this particular property, structure, to have the location so that when the code enforcement officer goes out, and we now know, let's say it's 65 feet, for example, from the right-of-way, it has a location instead of, lack of a better term, people putting the thumb up and saying, oh, it should go about there.
Okay.
So do you have a distance, any recollection of where you want it to be?
It is on that map there that I gave you to a scale, yeah.
I can see if I can find it and zoom in on it.
See if we can find the. That would help if you can tell us what that is. Thank you, thank you. And that's to the right-of-way?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. You are planning on having a sleeping room, living area, bathroom, and a kitchen?
Correct.
Okay. And I know I'm being a little redundant, but you're comfortable with, if the board decides to grant the variance, that if they want to put a condition on, it's going to be, there won't be any separate utilities, there will, no intention of renting it out, it's primarily for your family.
That's fine.
Really, the reason too is, who knows, you may be there a year, you may be there 10, but someday you may want to sell it, and variances run with the land,
Okay.
all right?
Yep.
So that's why we're asking those types of questions. Okay. Fred, you got questions?
I think this property is so far away from the property envisioned when the code was written where you can't put a building out in front of the house. Just doesn't apply. You go up a hill that doesn't show well on these drawings, but it's quite a hill. And it looks like a natural place for a three-car garage with second floor on it, so I have no problem with it at all.
Great, okay. Yeah, questions?
Not really. I think it would be within character of the neighborhood, as long as you're going to get a C of O for it and you're okay with having the conditions that, not to be rented out, Airbnb'd or anything like that into perpetuity that follows the variance in the land. I'm completely okay with it.
Sure, that's fine.
Okay, Alexis, questions, comments?
No other questions.
Great, thanks. Anyone from the public want to speak for or against the application? Okay. Anything else you want to add?
No,
Very few people will ever even see it.
that's true.
Great. All right, let's go.
There's no drainage problem.
No, it'll fall off.
All right, let's go through the criteria first. An undesirable change would not be produced in the character of the neighborhood or detriment to nearby properties created by granting of the area variance. One factor being that it is 65 feet from the right-of-way. The topography limits, if not creates the only place that the three-car garage can go. The applicant has indicated the need for family members and primarily, initially for their daughter. I'm going to do it again, aren't I, Fred? I actually did. I said before, never mind. I'm good.
I'm never minding.
All right, would anyone like to add anything else to the first criteria? Hearing none. Second, the benefits sought by the applicant cannot be achieved by some method feasible for the applicant to pursue other than an area variance. This really has to go to the topography of the land. Slope, the distance, this is really the only location that the three-car garage can feasibly go. Would anyone else like to add anything else to the second criteria? Third, the requested area variance, it's substantial. It's forward of the line. However, we are looking both at all the criteria. Again, even though it is substantial, we ask, it's not going to be solely detrimental to it. Would anyone like to add a comment on the third criteria? Fourth, the proposed variance will not have an adverse effect or impact on the physical and environmental conditions in the neighborhood or district. topography, I think, really speaks volumes to drainage. I can't see how it could create any kind of environmental impact. Would anyone like to comment or add anything to the fourth criteria? Fifth, the alleged difficulty is self-created, and that in and of itself does not, will not defeat the granting of an area variance. The conditions we're going to consider is that there will not be separate utilities for the detached three-car garage, and anyone living in the living space above the detached garage will be family members only. Would anyone like to add anything else for the
I
criteria?
just also, yeah, I don't know how I know you said family members only. I just think we want to make sure, I don't know, in the strongest language possible, right? No rentals, no Airbnbs, VRBO, et cetera. Family members only could be a lot of people.
Okay.
I could define family and I could get a lot of people in there.
So there-
Over time, so.
There will not, it will not be used as a rental property, anything of the kin of a VRBO or Airbnb.
There's no rental of any time frame.
Right, no rentals. All right, everyone good with that?
Good.
We're good, we're good. All right, so I would entertain a motion for approval.
A motion to approve?
Second?
Yeah. Second?
I approve.
Thank
I
you.
second.
Thank you, Fred. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Good. Thank you. Good luck to you.
It'll be a fun project.
Okay, have fun with it.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Keystone Custom Decks. How are you today?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Hi, I'm Nate, and I'm here on behalf of Keystone Custom Decks. Corey is here as well, he is the homeowner, and Anthony Reel is here as well, he was the foreman on the project, so he can answer any questions. I know that was part of the conversation the last time. Yeah, we are seeking a variance for a pool house and a porch structure. The required code is 15 feet, and it ended up being 10.54 feet. And so we discussed a few things last time. One of the main things was getting letters from the neighbors, whether they are opposed or okay with the structure where it's at. Corey reached out to his neighbors and has gotten those letters. I'd sent those in. I also have copies of all three letters here if you need to see them. Two of the neighbors just approved, and the second approved, said that they don't disapprove of it, but they were disappointed in the circumstances that led to the request on the failure of Keystone Custom Decks to adhere to the town code and the failure of the town in allowing the structure to be constructed that was outside the proper zoning ordinance. And then I
Hold
also...
on. Go ahead.
I also have the document that says when inspections were done and what was needed to keep going. The footer inspection was done on July 26th, and that was approved. The framing was done July 28th, and that was partially approved because there was a second framing inspection that was needed. But it was noted that possibly too close to structure lines, spoke to the foreman about the concern, but foreman had noted that he was told that he's okay to keep going. The framing inspection for the porch was done shortly after, which we needed to have a revised stamped drawing by the architect to keep going with that. And so then that was approved, so we kept going. There was no stop build put in place or anything like that. So yeah, there was an email that was supposed to be sent to me regarding the location of the structure, but there was a typo in the email address, so I was not made aware of that in relation to the inspections that were happening. So, and Corey also has a few points and is willing to answer questions if you have any.
Go ahead.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
So my name is Corey Smith. I'm the homeowner at the property at 1046 Waters Cove with my wife Sonia Smith and 3 kids. We've been Victor residents since 2015. Honestly, I'd like to open with an apology that we're here in general. You know, I'm sorry to our neighbors, to the town, to the board. Ultimately, us as homeowners are responsible for this, and you know, it's unfortunate that we're in this situation and the structure is already completed. The bottom line is we unknowingly built this structure where it is. We did not realize that it was too close to the neighbor's line in the setback. And the first time I was made aware of it was on October 11th via an email from Nate's brother Malin, the owner of Keystone. And unfortunately, at that point, the structure was fully erect. It all feels kind of embarrassing because the location of where it is matters zero to the happiness of the project. I would have gladly moved it 4 feet to the right. We love the project, we love the building, and it's just unfortunate that it's there instead of 4 feet to the right because it doesn't add much benefit to us. Again, we reached out to our neighbors, our direct neighbor to the left of our property and across the street, directly landlocked. They're all wonderful people, and none of them had any significant opposition to it, and we're grateful for their support on that. Again, I feel like this is out of character for my wife and I. We're both very active in the community. I'm a small business owner, employ 15 people of the community. My wife is one of the lead reps of the PTSA here, and she's one of the co-founders of Inclusion in Motion, which is, they built the Motion Junction playground here in the region. This is just, I don't want you guys to think that we disregarded the rules and regulations. We fully respect that, and this was just a mistake, and unfortunate that the structure is already complete. In closing, I just wanted to share a note on Keystone. This is the second project we worked with these guys, and we chose to work with them a second time because of their professionalism and their good communication. It's unfortunate this was a mistake on all of our parts, and we're kind of here as it is today, but just wanted to make those statements.
Thank you.
So, yeah, do you have any questions, or is there anything?
I do, because the last meeting, it was rather difficult to get a clear understanding of what happened, how it happened, other than it happened. So as objectively as you possibly can, where does the blame lie on why this happened? Is it, because I thought I heard you say this is the town's fault, that we weren't active enough to tell you, your workers, that you were getting too close to the line. Did I mishear that?
I mean, usually the way we work is if there's, you know, if an inspection is done and it's passed, we continue building. I understand that if we were recommended to get a survey done, then yes, we need to get a survey done. But I was not given that information, unfortunately. I'm not trying to put the blame on Adam because I understand typos happen and things like that, but I was not made aware of the situation. So, yes, we built it in the wrong place, but as the inspections happened, I would have thought that that's part of the town and the business working together to make sure everything is done properly and where it needs to be.
Fred, do you have any questions?
Well, I believe that it was just an accident. There was nothing to be gained by sliding. It's a big lot, and it's very
Correct.
pleasant. Is there an easement between this property and the adjacent one? Appears to be a drainage easement, and then a conservation area out back. And it's a very deep lot. It's 300 feet, I don't know. And this is way in the back.
Corey noted in an email.
No, not significant to me,
Yeah.
as I think of it.
Corey noted to me in one of the emails in our conversations that they had chosen the back corner because the neighbor to the left also has a pool with a small pool house structure directly behind the house, and then going back to the corner of the property, they were not as much on top of each other or right beside each other. So they were just actually trying to kind of, be a little bit more, give the neighbor privacy, give themselves privacy with going back to the back corner. And yeah, as Fred mentioned, there was no intent in trying to maximize out, get as close to the line as we possibly could. We were building, and we had the pool was dug first, and then according to that, we went with the foundation for the pool house, and then off of that, we had dimensions that were approved to go a certain length from there. Obviously, we didn't do our part to make sure it was far enough away, or the communication didn't happen there, or whatever. So yes, there was no intent on trying to go over that line.
Matt, questions?
Yeah, so I don't fault the homeowner at all on this from everything that I've seen, read, and asked prior. The issue I see, obviously, everything that we have in front of us is generally verbal. You're absolutely right. When the town sent an email to you kind of after the fact, it was sent to the wrong email address, and that's on us. But my question to you is, there's 3 separate occasions where the code enforcement officer had verbally told you, and on the third one, they actually measured it with a tape measure and said, yeah, it definitely does not look, it's not 15 feet. So July 26th, July 28th, and then August 17th are those 3 kind of in-person events that had happened with the site foreman. And at what time, I don't understand why on the 26th you didn't say, well, we're going to make this right. Why did you continue the project? It kind of just oozes of laziness on your part in that, okay, we don't have anything in writing, nothing's official, let's keep going and get this thing done. Again, I don't fault the homeowner at all, and I know you want to get the job done. And so I'd like to understand the logic behind those 3 conversations, as well as, if this variance doesn't pass tonight, what's the cost to make this right for the homeowner?
It comes on us.
I'm sorry?
It comes back on us as a business.
Understand, how much is that? What does that cost? Now,
I
will
don't
take you to-
know the exact cost off the top of my hand, but yes, it would be a substantial amount.
Okay, it'd be nice to know the number. I'm sure I can't get it tonight.
I mean,
but-
if we'd have to tear everything down and move the whole thing, it would be over 200,000.
Okay. I'm good with questions for now.
Do you want Anthony Reel to talk about the conversation between?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I wasn't sure if Anthony was the right person.
My name's Anthony Reel. I reside in Penn Yan, but representing Keystone, I'm an employee, not an owner. So I don't usually do this, but I was working with Adam. We always appreciate that, and he's a great guy to be around. I was the middleman. I wasn't I hadn't really even seen the plans for the project much before I came on site. So I didn't know of the setbacks and stuff. When I got to the job site, our subcontractors had already dug and built the pad for the pool house, and we just pulled our dimensions off of that. So, like you said, July 26th, Adam was out for the rough frame for the deck. And I was there, I was standing there, I held his tape measure, and we were measuring for the setback. There was no specific, I remember having a distinct conversation with Adam where I asked him, I was like, so we're good to keep going? And he said, yes, was his answer. And he said he was going to go in and look into it further. And then after that, Adam would have sent the email to Nate, who is my boss, and it was the wrong email address, and so Nate never got it. And I do remember having conversations with Adam, but again, there was nothing that said, no, you can't keep going. And that was my question every time. It was just like, so we're still good. And I just never heard a verbal no. And you would have been out for the deck frame when we measured the setback, because we had the edge of the structure in place at that time. After that, he came out and inspected the structure framing, the roof, and the pool house. And then he had to do it a second time because we got revised stamp plans. And then he was out a fourth time to inspect the installation. And out of none of those times was I told that I can't keep going. And, I mean, this is annoying. I really wish this all wouldn't happen. Like, seriously, if there's anything we could do to go back and change it, we absolutely would. I searched my call history and my emails with Adam, because we were in communication quite a lot throughout the whole project, and I couldn't find anything regarding the setbacks. We hadn't had any conversations over the phone or via email. Everything was verbal. Yeah, that's what I have. Any questions? For me, I guess.
Turn to Ed, was that how you recall it? Was there?
Well, let me, just to speak to the phone conversations or email, so the applicant was Nate, so all of our communications would go through him. I don't know we don't have your cell phone number. So unless we're on site doing a verbal inspection, that's gonna be the only conversation I'm having with you, and then all further conversations go to the applicant, just to clear that up.
Sounds good.
I remember being there, like you said, when I was second framing inspection when we got the tape measure. I remember saying, I can't tell exactly where the property line is, but it looks like you're close. My question is, when Rick, who did the footer inspection, were you on site? Because I did not conduct that inspection. And he mentioned it then, and at that time, why wasn't it looked into before you proceeded with the, if it's gonna take us to come down with stop work orders, in the future, then we'll have to just go with that. But we were trying to make you aware that you might have something wrong here without bringing it to that level. Okay?
Yeah, and again, I was the middleman. I was kind of thrown into this. There was all the, applying for the permit. I never mess with any of that. That's with our office staff. Are you referring to the footer inspection for the pool house where he checked the frost footers for the concrete walls, or the deck footers? Because I know we had two separate inspections for that.
It was July 16th, it said frost footers
Okay.
for the pool.
Yeah, I
house,
wouldn't
so-
have been on site for that one.
Okay.
But that would have just been the rectangular, the pool house portion. That would have been our subcontractors who dug and poured all that. And then I was there for the deck footers, which are, we just dig holes and pour concrete for those. And I believe you were, I can't remember. but I
That was
believe-
Rick's inspection.
Okay.
So, because I came only 2 days later
Okay,
for your initial framing, because you wanted to get the decking on.
yep,
So you could continue, you had like the deck joists in, you wanted to get the decking on so you could then build the structure on top. So
Yeah.
at that point, at the footer inspection, guessing whatever kind of overhang or whatever the distance is from, your beam post, however much the deck expands over that, even at that point, he was concerned that the deck might be too close to the property line.
I don't recall any conversation regarding the setback during that inspection. And again, I was told that obviously I'm on site, I'm building to plan, so I was told we were good to go with that from my company, and then from you guys too. I remember asking you if we could proceed, or if we needed to stop, and you said you should be good, like you said.
At any time did
Agree on that.
a licensed surveyor plan that site out?
After it was finished,
Not before
no.
at all? So I see a lot of this, there's some things on both sides. I'm not going to get in the way of the homeowner realizing the value that they put into this project. I'm going to be voting for it. The issue I have is a lot of things like this, a lot of the times these problems are management problems, not the problems, boots on the ground. It goes up to leadership and training. And I think you got to tell these guys, they start to hear that something's going to be short or too close or over, that you're not always going to get a $200,000 pass. And I'm just one vote up here, so I'm not telling you you're going to not ultimately have to make this right. I'm just one vote.
Yeah.
all these projects should really be starting with a licensed instrument surveyor. I had to put in a simple basketball court in my backyard for my kid, and I had to do an instrument survey and then to find out I was 18 inches over, and then I actually had to come in front of this board probably 10 years ago, and do something very similar over 18 inches, but it was all without having the court built. It was all before it was done. Here's the plan, here's what I'm gonna do. Because we, in a lot of these instances, we really don't like to be in these situations at all. And when it could have just been avoided. And so your team's got to be very cognizant of when things like this come up, they got to let you know. Yeah, we have to get email addresses right and things like that. So there's things on our end. It was just that part was an accident. But there's obviously multiple communications, all verbal, with the team. And, in the future, they just have to know to raise their hand and put pens down. And then maybe on our side, we do have to start showing up with stop work orders if we don't start to get, responses from emails within a couple days or something like that, when they go out, to at least maybe catch that the email address was wrong or something like that. But that's my 2 cents on this whole thing hearing.
Yeah.
If I could just add a comment, working with Keystone, we never have a problem. They're always accommodating. I don't want them to have a bad reputation here. 99% of their 99% of the time, the structures they're building are attached to the house. So a freestanding structure is probably a little outside of their realm, and I'm going to give them a little bit of the benefit of the doubt that normally they're measuring off of a structure as opposed to.
Sure.
I just want the record to show that,
But a
they're
licensed-
not terrible, or we're not looking at them as negligent. This is,
In this case, I am. And that's okay. You don't generally have to deal with us at all, and it's great that you guys have a good relationship. But in this case, you were negligent in your processes to be able to take what we were communicating to you and flow it up to be able to make a decision to not make this 4 feet one way or the other. I think having, again, an instrument survey by a licensed surveyor, especially for a thing of this size, should have been done. It should have just been the first thing you did. Then you kind of know where everything is at, and you don't have to eyeball it. There's no questions. That's my advice for the next time.
You're saying before anything is built or after it starts?
Before everything is built.
Because,
Right
yeah,
now.
I think.
It's going to be a $1,000 to $2,000 cost you're going to have to do, just like I did for my $4,000 basketball course. Actually, 25% of my cost was to get a licensed surveyor to map it out to 5 to 18 inches. But that's what I had to do because it was close.
Yeah.
And it just is what it is.
Yeah, this is our first time having to apply for a variance after a structure's up. Yeah, we're not trying to make this mistake. And yeah, and so in that part, it is negligence. It was on us. But yeah.
I'm not trying to tarnish your reputation. I'm just saying in this particular instance,
Yeah.
there's something that we could all learn from it, the town as well, and you guys too. So that's kind of where I'm at with mine. Well, there's a lot of people here probably not interested in anything that I'm saying, so I'm going to stop talking right now. Thank you.
Alexis, questions, comments?
No questions. I just think it's clearly a very unfortunate situation that we find ourselves in, almost really an embarrassing situation for your company, unfortunately. Your homeowner here should be looking forward to an early summer this year, hopefully with his kids in the backyard, but instead has had to go hat in hand to his neighbors to ask them for letters of support. And now this has been the second meeting, I believe, that you guys have had to come to. So this is 2 months of worrying about this project when we did not need to be here in the first place. So I think really the biggest thing is going forward with the town. Please make sure this doesn't happen again. We don't want to be here after the fact.
agreed.
Fool me once, fool me twice. Don't do it.
Thank you. The only thing I'd like to add, and you've probably heard enough, but in my mind, this was an avoidable error. You had so much room in that backyard. And if you really, really wanted to put that in that back corner, and you knew that it was a 15-foot setback, you went right on the line, then you should have made sure, spot on, to the inch, that you had it. You didn't. So why you didn't give yourself, it's like, oh, we got all this room. We'll make it 18 just to make sure, because we can't measure from, we don't want, whatever the reasons are, you could have. giving yourself so much room, and you wouldn't have to be here twice, the homeowner wouldn't have to be here, your supervisor, whatever this was so avoidable. So I think to all of our point, hopefully next time, you're going to make sure that you have enough room, and if there's any need a variance, you get that survey, you come in, you ask for it before you build.
Yeah.
'Cause we certainly don't want to pinch the homeowner, and a $200,000 hit to a business, that's significant.
Yeah.
And don't put this board in that kind of position to make that call on an avoidable.
Yeah, we'll try our best and do our best.
Anyone from the public want to speak for or against the application? We do have, and I think you had mentioned, I don't know if I have it in my packet, a homeowner from 1045 Waters Cove as well as 1047. They were okay with it. You just had the two, is that right?
I also have a copy from the one at 1046, which we just got that one recently. So I also have a
Have
copy
that or
here.
not?
We do. I added it to the Dropbox. That was received today.
Okay, so 1046,
1044, is it Colin and Danielle? The one?
Yeah, I was gonna
Oh,
say,
yeah,
this is
1046,
1046,
sorry,
right?
yeah, 1044 is,
There you go.
1046 is.
1045, 1047, 1044, all
Yes.
said it's okay. All right. I think I asked, but anyone for or against the application? No, we're good. All right. So, anything else you want to add, comment on, before we go through the criteria? First, undesirable change would not be produced in the character of the neighborhood or detriment to nearby properties created by the granting of the area variance. The ask is for 10.54, and I think it's agreed that the error could have been avoided, but I think the board, we would be hard pressed to find any facts as to why and how it would create a detriment to the neighborhood. Would anyone like to add anything to the first criteria? Second, the benefit sought by the applicant could have been achieved by some method feasible for the applicant to pursue other than an area variance. It's clear due to the size of the lot and looking at the survey, as well as the applicant's contractor indicated that he could have completed the project without the need for a variance. Would anyone like to add anything to the second criteria? Third, the requested area variance is not substantial. The ask is for 10.54 feet. Anyone like to add anything to the third criteria? Fourth, the proposed variance will not have an adverse effect or impact on the physical or environmental conditions in the neighborhood or district. We haven't heard anything regarding any kind of negative impact on the environmental conditions. Anyone like to add anything to the fourth criteria? Fifth, the alleged difficulty is self-created by the contractor's own admission that it could have been done without the need for a variance. And I think that in and of itself indicates that it was self-created. Would anyone like to add anything to any of the criteria or conditions to this proposed variance? All right, hearing none, would entertain a motion for approval.
A motion to approve.
Matt,
Second.
thank you, Alexis. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Carried. Thank you for your time.
I appreciate it.
Allentown. You're not Joe Creedicos.
I'm not James, I'm subbing for Jibs tonight. My
Okay.
name is Link Swedrock with BME Associates.
Okay, thank you.
Fred Rinaldi is also with me tonight to help answer any questions.
This is just a real quick, because this is a bit complex. You got 5 variances that you're looking for.
Correct.
I don't, if we can wrap them up as one, that's great. So the more you can, I guess, separate them out a little bit, because we may have to take them one at a time.
Okay,
That would be really helpful. So correct me if I'm wrong, what we're looking at is one for a freestanding monument, requesting 74 square feet. You want another variance is for 4 businesses on a monument sign. Another one is, code only allows for 10 feet high, and you want to go, well, I lost me, you want to exceed 10 feet. You're also looking for increased square footage over 20 square feet. And we have a variance request for the fonts of the lettering itself. Did I get it, or I missed something?
you got the adjacent parcel? The fonts and then the adjacent, it's on an adjacent parcel as well.
Okay,
So I think you got the other ones, I think the adjacent,
okay,
because it's all, this is on the beer project and the plaza's on parcel, on lot 3. It's going to be on lot 1, I believe, which is, all 3 parcels are still owned by the applicant, so we'll be granting a variance to allow the sign on that lot for lot 3. But yes, I think you got them all there. And I think, I know James was here last time, but you couldn't act because he had to go to county planning. But I do think there were some things that you asked us to sort of look at, to come back to you with. And I have just a list of, so I think the one thing was, we'd be looking to put the easement on that front lot to allow that sign. We also, it looks like we looked at all the other signs in the area that had been identified that had previous variances down 96 and back, and I think we got a list of that, as well as when variances were granted, and a bunch of different pictures of all the different signs that we looked at. We also did take a drive down, coming from the south to the plaza, just to sort of look to see if you could see the signage in the building in the back, and it's very hard to see it. If you're coming from the south and you're driving, by the time you get there, you can't really see the signage on that building in the back, which is one of the reasons why this signage up front is important to these businesses that are in that back parcel, and one of the reasons we're here to ask for the variances. So, also, I know Freddie can talk to if you need any more data on the advertising, but those were sort of the big lists that I have on my list, and I do have some more photos of sort of the drive from the south to the north, if you want me to, I don't know if you have them. I have about, looks like I have 3 of them. Just to sort of flip through. Sort of gives you an idea of what it looks, how hard it is to see like the building signage on that back building coming from that direction. That first entrance there would be, if you didn't know where you were going, you would miss that first entrance, and you would have to try to see signage to turn onto Valentine, which I think is one of the reasons we're looking to do the signage, just to make sure that we're identifying the businesses that are in that building, in the back. So that was one of the things. I think, like you said, I think you got the signage. The other signage is in sort of their variances, as well as, I think Amber did this, right? You did the breakdown of all of them, which I think in the end, I think it's similar to everything. We've tried to fit in with the character of everything that's been there. The 2 signs that are already on Lot 1 and Lot 2, as well as the signage down there with separate signs to make sure we're identifying the businesses in the back. So I know you got a lot going on tonight, so I'm going to try to just answer questions. And Freddie can help me, help answer
Sure,
questions as well.
understood. Did you have a chance to look at the county planning board comments?
I did not. I'm sorry, I did not see them, but.
You looked at them, Fred? Okay. Maybe, Fred, you'd be better to, because the question I have is,
I was-
probably should be no surprise, it's a denial.
Correct.
And if you could address what their concerns are, and we'll go from there.
So James and I presented to county planning, and it wasn't the first time that I've been to county planning on the topic of signage. And it was broadcast on the onset of the meeting that it is common, if not ordinary, that they deny sign variance application. And irregardless of cause, purpose, that is essentially policy. Beyond that, the context of what drove the need for the signage was something that they applied reason to, understood, and many of those board members have been on that board and seen us present for a very, very long time. So they've kind of followed the cadence of business development there and evolution and things like that. I do have one tiny change as it relates to the sign height. The sign height was determined by doing a rhythm study. So you've got the Longhorn Steakhouse sign, which is the tallest. This would be the middle sign, which and then you've got the new Chase sign, which we removed the former Pizzeria Uno's pylon sign and reduced the monument sign down to what is there now for Chase. The pedestal for the sign that's proposed this evening is comprised of stone, natural field stone. It carries no designation function. It was a platform that allowed for this movement of sign height that we thought was, or not thought, that we designed specifically to make it rhythmed so that it was more appealing to everybody, whether or not you're a patron. If you're driving up and down 96, that was what you would do if you were designing it from scratch. It would move in that type of rhythm. Because that pedestal has no designation function as it relates to the signs themselves, the trade dress themselves, that height can live within the 10 feet. So that height can live within the 10 feet. We don't.
Did you ask for more? Because I was trying to find that. I didn't think you asked for more than 10 feet.
Well, it was brought up, but it's not, it lives within. Michael, I thought you had mentioned that was a request.
No, I just think within the comments that we have, it talks to the same code that refers to the 20 square feet of total space,
it's
also
the-
talks to the 10 feet, so.
Okay.
It's in the
That's all.
same, it's the
Right,
same.
yeah. So
section.
you're compliant to that.
Hold on, sorry. One at a time. Right, I want to hear everybody, but we can't create a record if everyone's talking over each other.
So my only point was that we will be compliant within what would have been the natural height restriction.
Okay.
And I didn't want that to get lost in the dialogue. There was a kind of general thought in the prior dialogue that we had, and he said, well, Freddie, why we see that beer project's successful and this and that, and that really isn't what's driving the core of this need. What we have at the project is something pretty cool. We have a mix of tenants throughout the 4 phases of retail, many of them drawing locally and regionally. Just like Fleet Feet, which is in the Phase 3, which is part of the new monument signs that went up that service Phase 2 and Phase 3, so North Face, Fleet Feet, Neon Wave, and the other tenants of Phase 3. Tom's Pro Bike has programming that demands regional patronage. Spoke has regional patrons. The new tenant for the final space will be very similar to that, in that we have to vividly show with total ease how, where to access the businesses. That seems simple. It's not as intuitive. And when you can apply trade dress branding that mirrors the way that they cause people to access their building, that's a responsibility borne by anyone who wants to see them succeed. And I live in that column specifically. And I think as do you guys, want to see that these businesses prevail in the market. The market is healthy for many businesses. It also has many businesses that are struggling right now. And what helps preserve the integrity of an economic corridor like the 96 corridor is a critical mass, regardless of ownership of property, that allows for a healthy mix of businesses and an ease of use, whether you're cultivating new customers or regaining the patronage of existing ones. And the signage, as it relates to this request for the back building of the fourth phase of retail, is imperative to the health of that building.
I just have you time out just a little bit. I understand that your argument right now stresses the need for those tenants that you have in Lot 3 to be seen. But you know it as well as I do. Looking at the criteria, we need to plug the facts in.
Sure.
And when I hear that, and I heard it before and I'm hearing it now, I don't know where that we really need this because we can't be seen. Where in the criteria does it fit? Yeah, I'm being clear with my question.
So you're expecting a zoning code to identify operational needs of a business within a township, municipality? I mean, that's not, so they're, all of, whether it's a building code, zoning code, whatever it's governing, has, like any other contract or anything else, has an underlying principle of good faith and understanding, right? So the code is not designed to preclude, it's designed to protect primarily the residents of the community where it lives within. And so all these thresholds are designed to make sure that you're not creating an unsafe environment. If you go back to some of the variances that we're asking for tonight, they were adopted in our acquisition. I would never have partitioned a site like that. So a lot of the variances we're trying to navigate through fit within the code or explain are a condition that we adopted when we purchased the property. The property was split into 3 parcels because the prior owner had intended to sell each of them. We don't sell, we're long-term holders, legacy holders. Those subdivisions never would have existed, and they make it very difficult. And the driver of it, which I've tried to dissolve, and it's impossible, is really the larger national brands, the chains at the time. So those demarcations to dissolve by way of Darden, which is Longhorn, and then it was Uno's, which is now Chase. It's not a perfect form. I understand that, and it's painful for me to try to defend and live within a construct that I didn't design, because I would have designed it in the way that we operate it, and I do operate and manage all of our facilities, and that's one of my favorite parts of my job. So as part of my job and my intimacy with these businesses, I'm aware of and in front of 99% of the time their needs, and that is something that I take very serious, and it's why this topic and these series of variances are so important to that building and the overall health of the retail phases. Each of those retail businesses rely on the success of its neighbor.
All right, I'll come back. I'd like to hear what the rest of the board has to say, so. Matt, do you have questions, comments?
Yeah, I mean, in general, I'm always appreciative of the level of detail and the explanation, and I totally get what you're saying. There's a couple things in what you're saying makes perfect sense, right? When you want to establish a presence, drive customers to your building, it's tough to measure, but every advertising incremental size of a letter for a sign has an incremental effect on your customer's ability to find you or establish your brand. And so signage there would absolutely be helpful, I think, for many of those. Probably not New York Beer Project, but the ones that can't be seen as easily. Whether it's in characteristic of the neighborhood, probably, in my opinion, is because that particular corridor is peppered with signage. Now, we're trying to balance this, right? And we're not trying to make it worse when the town had changed the code many years ago to move away from the different, monument signs and trying to establish a a monument sign with a name and a presence, right, for a particular lot. But what I'm trying to find is, what's the unique thing within the, the 5 criteria that we have that you're really saying, here's why we need to do this, here's why we need a variance? Because what I hear a lot of would benefit everyone. I mean, we get a lot of, as you can imagine, we get a lot of companies that come in front of us. They want larger signs, they want more signs, they want monument signs. They want to have someone else advertise with a sign on their property, but they're adjacent to it. And I'll say 90% of the time, it's very difficult for them to come up with something that's truly unique that allows them to really, successfully obtain a variance when the code is very clear about what's allowed and what's not allowed. So if maybe you could talk a little about what's unique here in what you're proposing, because if it's just a kind of a generic, and I'll agree with you that sign, just like there's 100 other businesses that would benefit from being on a monument sign, and we're here to try to balance, not having every single business have a monument sign, 40 feet off of Route 96. Or so what's unique about this?
Just purely out of curiosity, so think about what you just said to me, where you acknowledge that many businesses would benefit from that type of visibility.
Yep. I also said we have to balance with kind of the needs of the community to not have, 96 peppered with all of those signs.
Right.
And the needs of the businesses to be seen. Right?
Sure.
And so, I don't know, it's probably 10 or maybe 15 years ago now, the town board made a very strategic decision to change the code to purposely not allow monument signs like this.
Right.
Right or wrong. And so in my mind, I'm thinking, all right, is your pitch, should you be making the pitch to us, or should you be making the pitch to the town board to just change the monument sign verbiage back to the way it was 15 years ago? And let everyone else kind of have the same thing instead of coming in front of us and with, again, a very reasonable discussion and argument. But to obtain a variance, as you know, it's kind of got to fit. It's got to be unique, or there's got to be a problem we're helping you solve that's material.
So two quick things, and I'll let Link opine here. I was there when the town board adopted that regulation. I've been presenting to these boards, your board included, for 2 decades. And I have watched the impossible task of finding a solution to everything within one action. The criteria that exist here to qualify the ask, I'm well familiar, wicked familiar. In fact, anytime you guys want a night off, I'm happy to fill in, because I've learned a lot from the boards. Even if it's not perfect solution, but what I've watched is that a lot of times there's an opportunity not to drive the category of a monument sign or pylon sign can include so many things within it. So there's a design criteria that promotes high design, that encourages an improvement in aesthetic, is really where you'd like to see this movement go, instead of precluding a whole type. The second I had the opportunity to take down that very tall pylon sign that was Pizza Uno's, dropped. One of the first things that came down. And I was really bummed, because the Victor Fire Department, we used the building to train, and I kept pointing to the pylon sign to see if they could train on that and knock that thing down as quick as possible. And we reduced that, and I begged, pleaded, and mandated that be reduced to the smallest, simplest trade dress that Chase would consider. And so I don't want to see my properties littered with giant signage. There is a prevailing function within all businesses, not just retail, all businesses, where they are tying their visibility to their branding, trade dress, whatever you call it. And the more and earlier you can provide that identity, the higher the likelihood is that they exist there healthily. And you try to reduce that to whatever that bare minimum is. In this case, it's a identity signage above their portal, their entry portal, and then a marker on 96 that allows for safe movement or transition into the project. What I'm noticing, not by just view, but communication with the businesses, even when that parking lot may look full and it is seemingly healthy and busy, Spoke, Tom's Pro Bike, and even New York Beer Project, which has leveled off to a plottable course. We actually send the data into codes, the seating density, and have committed to do that for a series of years. I'm not trying to sneak anything through. This is a partnership. And it's been a long-term partnership. This is the minimum that I could accomplish to ensure and preserve the health of the businesses that tenant that building, and hopefully the final business that'll tenant that space. I have no other solution to do that except for myself dress up with one of those things and stand out there during the times where I'm not otherwise working. That's not practical in this circumstance, although I probably would enjoy that. So what I'm trying to do is make sure that after all the effort applied to building these buildings and tenanting these buildings, that those tenants are there in 5 years and in 10 years. And I can guess that it's no surprise that the last few have been a little bit challenging. And this is not something where I'm trying to tell the world that we're an anomaly there. I mean, if you look at the Kmart Plaza, and I'll put you in touch with their broker. If you look at the composition of tenancy in Eastview Mall, and I'll put you in touch with their broker. I own the BJ's across the street. When you have hospitality or fundamental services, so gas, grocery, basic needs, those things float within the crevices of that anomaly. Does the trade dress really matter? No, they're going to find you because that is a necessity. And it is something that you need to do to actively live your life, whether it's moving your car, consuming food, or clothing your family. I would never ask you for anything for the BJ's. This is a profoundly different and a profoundly more sensitive circumstance. And I wouldn't waste a second of your time if I didn't think that it was absolutely critical.
It was the circumstance that you have, let's say, evidence or data, probably not on New York Beer Project, but on the others, that their business is in decline and they're needing the assistance.
I could furnish you with written testimony from those businesses that this is a critical ask of this board, without question.
Based on business need.
Based on their business need, not from my mouth, but from the business owners
I got to
themselves.
jump in. We're spending, I think, too much time on need. You've said it, you know this criteria. Tell me where it is in there that need is a factor. If we just go through real quick, is it going to change the character of the neighborhood? It has nothing to do with need. Can the applicant pursue a method feasible other than an area variance? There's nothing about need in there. Is it substantial? Nothing about need. Fourth, environmental conditions, nothing about need. Self-created. There's no need in there. A need oftentimes is applied to a use variance. This is an area variance. So what I'd like to try and focus on is, and sorry if I baited you with it, there's nothing about need, right? There's needs and wants, sure. But most of the time, those signage that you talked about that already exist, either they pre-existed the current code or the planning board did it. So it begs the question, why aren't you talking to the planning board and say, we really need this because of branding, as opposed to coming here and making a need argument, and I honestly don't know where that fits in the criteria.
And that's a great point. Had I designed the site from origination, I would have accomplished the same at the planning and town boards. I didn't. I bought the site with the current configuration, subdivision, lot lines, et cetera, et cetera. Many of the variances are a result of that very thing. This is not my style to come in here and ask for these things. Everything you're saying, I'm well aware of. What you're going to hear from me is the practical reality of how that property operates. If you want to, Link can go through and talk specifically about each of the 5 criteria and provide you a black and white response to those 5 things. That's
I'd like to hear that, but let's just, Alexis, if you have some questions, and then this way you can collectively hear our concerns, and then hopefully you can condense it or address the concerns that we have. So,
Sure.
go ahead.
My question really, I've got a couple here, but first, do you ever see any problems now existing with traffic because people maybe can't find Spoke or they can't find Tom's Pro Bike? It's a little short, you know, where you may realize, you know, if you've got a GPS going or something like that from the throughway, you know, turn right here, and I'm already in the left lane, I gotta get over 3 to make a right on Ballantown kind of thing. Are there, I you know, self-admittedly, I spend a lot of time at the mall, and I have seen, you know, sometimes cars swerving in and out trying to get over to the right-hand side to get over to the plaza. Is it something that you guys have seen an increase of?
So it's not so much a traffic issue, but what you try to do is when the customer sees the sign,
Yep.
in the exact circumstance or scenario you described, when they know where they're going now, they're not going to focus anymore on looking around and trying to identify where that location is. They're now going to focus on how to get there safely. So it's not so much that we're seeing traffic issues. We're noticing that there's patronage issues because Spoke is by class time.
Yep.
You show up 5 minutes late for that class, you're in big trouble. You're not getting in. Tom's Pro Bike, people are driving. They have a very specific product, a very unique product. They're traveling from locally or across I-90 to access that product, and what you try to not do is disparage or create an opportunity cost or value proposition for that consumer. So it's more about identifying, putting a marker on the location. So then they're not worrying about that anymore, and they're just going to try to get back there safely. And there's plenty of opportunity to do that if you miss that entrance. There's plenty of opportunity.
And then, did you give any consideration to put it on top of the Chase sign, or was that never thought of?
No, when we had the Chase application in, the timing was such that you see the Chase? The Chase application and construction of the monument and the timing of kind of the tenant build out and everything for Lot 3, it just they didn't sync. And that Chase parcel, even though they're an awesome tenant and they act local, even though they're incredibly significant in size, you know, they would have precluded that from being an option.
Okay.
Could that be different now? I couldn't tell you.
They, as
But
a
it-
tenant, did not want
Correct.
multiple businesses on their sign.
So when we were looking to remove the pylon sign, we looked at options on how to identify the High Point development, right? Because that's really what we're trying to brand here, the phases of retail, the office, and then the residential. So at the time, Chase wouldn't offer us an opportunity to manipulate, adjust, or make common their brand position on the corner there.
Okay.
But I'm not, consolidating those signs, I wouldn't, it's not a bad idea.
Okay.
It's not a bad idea.
I just figured with maybe like people coming from the mall or like BJ's over there, they see that sign there too and
Sure.
can just go straight. And then the Longhorn sign, you can't miss it.
Right.
Is it going to block? I mean, it seems like they're almost right, behind each other, obviously very far away, but is it going to block at all? The new sign, the Longhorn sign won't block the new one, will
So
it?
right when you start to pass the tree line,
Yep,
after,
curve after the.
yeah, so you pick it up, a couple hundred yards back, because the street goes like this.
Yeah.
So you're here, and you're looking at an angle.
So you're going to see almost
So you see.
Like, just like this, you're gonna see that one,
Exactly.
even though it's behind each
Exactly.
other.
So now, imagine that view,
Yep.
50 feet to the
It's
southeast.
gonna look like it's at an angle,
Yeah,
even though it's not.
you're staring at it.
Okay.
Yeah, you're staring at it. And that's a really great, we never, normally we go through all the traffic analysis, and nobody asks that question. It's a great question.
Okay.
But you do have full view of it.
Okay. Is it gonna be, I know like the lease sign is there. Is it similar in height? It's not in that photo.
It is actually similar in height.
Similar in
And that's
height?
why, that was part of my earlier comment, that it's less than 10 feet. And I
Okay.
was worried that it was going to get, and I would, that for lease sign, the wedge.
Yep.
I would remove that immediately.
Okay.
And I would
Is it-
and I would put temporary, I would just let this carry that temporary condition of the for
Is it
lease.
almost like the same spot where the for lease sign is?
It's about 50 or 60 feet. This will be 50 or 60 feet south
Okay.
of that. And I can put a marker in there. I can actually put a marker in there if that would help anybody's review.
Is that
of the site.
where the town put their sign, the little
Pretty
red
much, yeah.
sign?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, did they get a variance yet?
There's like a little for
Yes,
application
yep,
sign.
under review, yep.
Yep.
It's within an arm's reach of
Each of
that
there.
of that
Okay.
application,
And then, so this, because the sign's for the High Street lot, would you be planning on putting on, signs, monument signs on the High Street lot at all? I know it seems like it's not feasible, but just in the future.
This would be
The
our
only one.
last request for identification.
Okay.
So the way that we designed, the way that we tried to treat that building was that facing 96 is the trade dress, the visibility, the activity, anything facing the Downtown Museum or back towards the residences, there's no prevailing signage or anything but, minimal lighting, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay. I think those are my only questions.
Fred, questions, comments?
Well, the marketing strategy and upper level philosophy doesn't help me decide if I like the sign or not. What would is if you could put up a 2x4 and plywood sign where you want it, the way you want it. We keep all the variances separate for now. So anybody here can drive by and say, oh geez, or not so bad. Because if I'm not sure, I might just go to a default position, vote against it. I don't
Sure.
have to figure anything else then.
It's a fair request.
I did that across the street to the Stickley sign. We were hung up a
Right.
little bit on that. They made a sign. Gee, that looks pretty good.
Yep.
And there it is.
And I can even paint it. I can even paint it.
We just turned down a 4 business, identifying 4 businesses down the road at Dr. Cotello building there. Now there's a quandary, what do we do here? Treat everybody the same or come up with some reason not to? I think if you would build a sign, it would clear it up for me.
Sure.
I could deal with it.
It's a fair request. I can do that, and we can even, like I said, so that we know what the stone color is. It's a gray field stone. So I know what the stone material is for the base, so I can even paint it so it would be the same colorway essentially. So you can see what that imposition would be.
That's up to you. It'd be
Yep.
the awesomeness of the thing that,
Yeah,
okay, enough said.
I have no problem doing that. It's a fair request.
Then we would defer until after that was done.
Right. So, that leads me then to my next request is, the board goes along with the idea, you're willing to do that, this is how big the sign is, dimensions, right? I think that's, you're okay with that.
We'll scale it verbatim to the design.
I'd like a clear answer on whether or not this issue can be addressed with the planning board. Because, as I indicated earlier, much of this, all the signs that you're referring to was the planning board.
Sure.
Or pre-existing code. So, and you find that answer out, they may want to hear it.
Okay.
it may be an easier avenue. Because again, as I look at this, I'm repeating myself. I'm going to have to, like you've heard me before, fill in the blanks, if you will, what the justification is for either granting or denying each of the criteria.
Sure.
And as you know, County Planning Board issued a denial. So for this board to approve any or all of those variance requests, it's +1.
Supermajority, yep.
Right. And because we're down to 4 of a 5-person board, you need all 4. So if you get as much information as you can to us, for example, where the sign is, county planning board, or the town planning board either wants it here or doesn't, and addressing that criteria, it's like, here's how we'd like you to fill in the criteria. And not just because we said so, there has to be some meat on the bone, right, for each of it. It's going to help us, maybe help you. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'd say in other cases, Fred brought up Stickley. We didn't obviously just give them the sign. They actually removed a sign from the building, and it was a kind of a win-win in that regard after they had put up a
Yeah.
plywood model of it. I know you've talked about the Longhorn Monument sign being something that's not going anywhere anytime soon, but maybe that's something that longer term, when or if that ever changes tenants, that's the first thing that goes, kind of thing, if there's a way to make it some benefit for the community to get this, to be able to also give up something that is a 30-foot tall, I don't know how tall it is, but it's pretty tall, right? 20, 30-foot tall monument sign that clearly is pre-existing non-conforming. Maybe that would help, if you could take that into consideration, I think.
Sure, absolutely. I mean, and I hope that to some degree, you recognize that would also be my desire, given how quickly I removed, I mean, the pylon sign,
no,
I could have made a case to maintain that. It's not us. You know, our pride of ownership within the High Point lands is unmatched. And we take personally everything, the way it looks, operate, you know, this is.
And I'm just saying, with something like that, one could try to pitch that the net benefit to the community is better with that gone in some reasonable time frame in a much smaller, more visible monument sign. I don't know, just me thinking out loud, but.
It'd be upon tenancy transfer, because they have a leasehold right to that. Upon tenancy transfer, it would be adjusted to mirror the character of not only the neighborhood, but what's been set, the precedent created by the High Point sign.
Correct. Something like that.
Yeah, I don't have a problem.
What would be also helpful to this board, your presentation, you're the applicant, but normally it's 1, sometimes 2 variances. You've got 5. So to break each of those variances down one by one and then go into the criteria, and I know it's a well thought out letter, but when you put them all together, it's hard for us to pull them all apart and untangle it. It's like, well, which of the, I know you're talking about a specific criteria, but what factors go in there? And again, need really isn't there. You address, when you come back, it's not going to change the character of the neighborhood because in each of the variants, and give us some explanation about why it is you believe it won't, or why it isn't substantial, and you keep going. Because in theory, we can grant them all, can deny them all, grant 2, deny 3, and you follow me?
Sure.
The more we can see it, the better I think it may be for you. It makes some sense doing that?
Yeah, we can break down the criteria for each of the variance requests.
Yes, I think it would be helpful for me.
On this, and.
In written form.
In written form,
Yep.
before we come back, and we can do
The model.
The model, and then come back to you hopefully with all your answers.
Yeah,
all your
and
questions.
I would like to hear, unless, Adam knows, but I think making that presentation to the board or making the application, like, here's what we're asking for, would you hear this? I mean, not asking you for, granting or denial, but is this something that you would hear? And I think you'd get an answer. and coming back to us, and hopefully it's in written form, saying, no, that,
I
I
know-
won't hear, no, they won't. I don't know the answer to that.
I have no problem exploring that.
This
And
way, at
we'll-
least
and we'll
we
get it.
know, this is it. This is your option, chance to get what you want. Okay, does that make some sense?
Absolutely.
Before I proceed, I know we have a lot of people here. Anyone want to speak for or against the application? Come on up.
My name is Martin Snyder. I have, so you can follow along with me.
Is the weather forecast?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a lot of points to go through, and I'm hoping that this will help to keep it concise and we can get right to the point and put everything out there. To introduce myself again, my name is Martin Snyder. My family owns the property on the south end of this development. We butt up and share a property line with the southern end of it. At this point, I'm sure you've read the Ontario County Planning Board comments. I think a lot of those,
I'm sorry, what is the address?
the address of the house is 304 High Street.
Thank you.
And we border 300 High Street, which is on the agenda tonight. As far as the Ontario County Planning Board goes, you know that they've recommended denial based on 5 different criteria, which no matter what the applicant comes back with, these are still on the table. Their points are the proposed sign is on a tourist corridor, character of the area needs to be protected, protection of these corridors is a countywide importance, standards in town code are sufficient for business identification. I think that's key, and that's something that was brought up in the last meeting, I believe, by the chairman. And the county planning board has taken the position that the signage is excessive and that it has a negative impact on community character. My second point I'd like to make is the applicant is requesting a total of 5 variances, as has already been addressed. And as ZBA members, you realize that this is a red flag. That's a laundry list. That's rare to have 5 variances just for one sign. What's being requested is well out of line with the standards that have been placed in town code for a very specific reason, to have standards. 3, if the sign is approved, there are going to be 4 signs within about 200 feet of this frontage. I think we would pull it down to 3 based on what the applicant said tonight. First, we have the Chase Monument sign, which was recently constructed on the lot. The For Lease new construction sign, I think we can cross that off. That's been there since July 2015. It's supposed to be a temporary sign, and that's just stayed there. No one's had any concern over that as far as taking it down and taking care of that. The Longhorn Steakhouse sign is still there, and then this proposed sign is another one. So this is turning into the Las Vegas Strip, the way that we have everything all lined up there. Another thing I have a really big problem with is my point 4. Not all neighbors were notified of this public hearing. We didn't receive a postcard on it. I know others in the vicinity didn't either. And I did a FOIL request to try to figure out, hey, what's the problem here? The applicant's notarized neighbor notification affidavit only included neighbors within a 500-foot radius of the proposed location of the sign. Victortown Code requires all neighbors within a 500-feet line of the premises, and I quote that, to be notified. And that's in Victortown Code, Section 211-8B1. And since both those lots were on the agenda for tonight, I think we missed 15 parcels. 15 different people did not get notified of this meeting or the last one. The only reason I found about this public hearing is I saw it in the county planning board minutes after the last hearing had passed, and I border the property. Point 5, variance 3 of the application is requesting a variance to allow for the signs area to be over 350% of what's allowed in town code. There's no question that that's excessive. And remember that we have all the other signs that already exist along that one stretch there. And I'd like to argue my point 6, I think a 6th variance is needed, which wasn't identified on the November 28, 2022 code enforcement letter to the ZBA. As per section 165-5B1 of Victortown Code, 1 freestanding monument building identification sign may be installed. We have the Chase sign there on the lot that we're talking about. We have the supposed temporary for lease sign, which has been photoshopped out of that rendering. That's not quite accurate, but I guess that's what they're intending to do. That's not a depiction of what is there currently. So I argue that we have a 6th variance that we're talking about tonight because no one's addressed that. And for all those reasons above, I think this application needs to be denied on that. I don't know what the applicant can come back with to argue their case. And I don't want to get into too much detail on what I have after that, but One of my problems with the signs that were put up, that recently were put up in this past year, I think they tie into this application, given the fact that we have a track history here where they were approved by the planning board back in 2016, and once they were constructed, they're nothing like what the planning board was told they would be. I can quote from the BMA Associates letter in 2016. They said that the sign will feature white backlit letters on a brushed metal backing. And one of the planning board members took them at face value and said, yep, signs are very much in keeping with the character and the intent of the architecture, so I'm fine. Now we have this right up against the historic site, the townhouse, the historic townhouse in the Valentine Museum. This is the rendering, and that's in your packet. This is a double picture on there of the sign that was proposed. And this is what was put in with those very bright panels in there. Not what was agreed upon. I know this is not what we're here to talk about tonight, but I think it's very pertinent because it shows a history that something's agreed upon. Back in 2016, 2022, it gets installed. It's totally different. We have all this light spilling out all over the place by those historic structures. I don't, and that's what makes me nervous about this Longhorn agreement. Oh, and we have a new tenant come in there and, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, yeah, we'll do it. Well, we already have history right here where 2016, something was agreed on, it's in the minutes, and it didn't come out the way that it was promised. And I have a problem with that. And I'm very interested in the historical aspect of this neighborhood, and that's another concern of mine. You take a look at the EAF form, and I'm sure you're very familiar with these, address many different things on there. You've scanned through to question 12. Does a project site contain or is it substantially contiguous to a building, archaeological site, or district which is listed on the National or State Historic Register? Yeah. But the applicant said no. Valentine Hall is right there. It borders the property that we're talking about tonight, and they totally missed that. I think there are a lot of things that are missing with not notifying the neighbors. They're not taking into consideration the historical nature of the neighborhood. And I just think there's a whole lot that's missing off there. And I have I love the history of the neighborhood. My family has lived there straight through since the 1830s. So I think we need to kind of keep in mind all these things that are going on here. Take a look at the big picture. There are a lot of things that are happening that just don't seem to be coming together in the right way. So I'd appreciate you keeping an eye on that. And as far as my last thing I'd like to speak to is the applicant didn't seem to have much to say about those 5 points that you need to vote on. I can speak to them right off the cuff. Point 1, that you have to answer for your resolution, whether an undesirable change will be produced in the character of the neighborhood, goes on and on. Yes, it's a historic area. I don't think we should have any more of those signs out there. It looks like Las Vegas already. We're adding another sign to it. It does have a detriment. Point 2 that you have to answer, whether the benefits sought by the applicant can be achieved by some other method. It's called advertising. We have television advertising. We have online advertising. That's what they can do to get the word out about these great businesses. I have no problem with the businesses, but this is what needs to be done. Whether requested area variance is substantial, 350%, yes. 4, whether the proposed variance will have an adverse effect or impact on the physical or environmental conditions of the neighborhood or district. Yeah, I'd say yeah, because we're just adding more signs to that whole area, and we're trying to keep it within the historical confines. It takes a lot of pride in the building materials that are surrounding the area, and I think we're ignoring that. And 5, whether the alleged difficulty is self-created. Yeah, it's self-created. So I could answer those 5 questions for you right there, and I wish the applicant could have at least come up with a few things. I'm not really sure what they can come up with if we give them another month and we all have to come back here again. So I think we have enough information to make a decision tonight. I'd appreciate it if you could do that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for your time. Anyone else from the, come up.
Sorry, everyone, about the phone. I never get a call from anybody, and then it went off. I'm from the Victor Historical Society and Historic Valentine. Obviously, we're right across the road. To expand on what Martin said is that...
Time out.
Sorry?
Sorry, you are?
I'm Catherine White.
That's from Amy.
Sorry.
Got it. Go ahead.
Not used to doing this. We also have seen, first I would like to say to everybody, I don't know if you're familiar, but there are guidelines for the district being a historic district. It was never binding when it was done. It was kind of a loose set of ideas that could flux, and what's happened here is it's gotten open to interpretations of what is historic and where commercial comes in. We're all for repurposing and revitalizing older buildings, which has been done there, which is wonderful. But then, when you're making the presentation, do you cross over into the other commercial world? Obviously, at Valentine, we pull the plug. That's what we use. We've actually done tours in natural daylight without light, because that's what people used to live by. I mean, they used light when they absolutely needed it. However, on the other end of the spectrum, you've got Las Vegas, and then somewhere in between there are malls and the needs for them to make presentations and get recognition. I was in graphic designs for quite a few years. The first thing that's recognizable, there's two parts to the brain, there's the right and the left. The right side of the brain sees logos. They see a whole single symbol. So they're not reading it, you're not processing it the same way as if you've got to read some lines of type. That's the other side of the brain. But we've learned to integrate it. People do it, everybody does it on a different level. But at that point, when you're trying to process that sort of a thing, it can be distracting. I mean, obviously, they have to make that decision about a whole strip of signs on any thoroughfare where you're going to stop and look when you're supposed to be looking at a light or whatever. I mean, that's true for all of those situations. We were very disappointed because of what our idea of the historic district would be like, or how it would evolve. What we were disappointed in was the two signs that are across the way from us right now. They're more like movie theater signs to us. And I realize that not everybody looks at history in a different way, and they accommodate different ideas but for us, that was a little disappointment, and we were quite surprised. To be honest, the first thing I thought when I saw them was that they were leftovers from another project, and then they decided to use them because there they were available.
Are you referring to the monument sign
At
near downtown?
North Face and the other end where Alex and Ani's used to be. So for us, but see, that was like the beginning. We're setting a precedence here, kind of, maybe, to walk away from some of the historic presentation or ideas. And as I said, this is all open to interpretation. There's no binding process with this historic guidelines. But if nobody has read them, I would suggest that give them a glance and look them over, see for yourself whether or not, what people were trying to, this is quite a while ago now, but what they were looking for when they were creating that idea to keep all the buildings in one kind of a presentation, So that's all I would have to say, is that we watch things. We are not objecting to any kind of progress or whatever you want to call it. However, as I said, we're on this side of this whole idea where we want to give people a peek of the past, but we understand that because we were a commercial building as well at one point, so we understand where it is in the modern interpretation. But there's somewhere there was probably be a nice little blend of not over-commercialized, let's say. So that's just that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak for or against the application? Come on up.
Hi, good evening. So I took some notes on my phone. My name's Erica McGraw, and I'm the current owner of the Snyder Farmhouse, built by Marty's family at 355 High Street. House dates back to circa 1846 to 1850. So I've been a Victor resident for about 14 years now, and I'm very passionate about local history, and especially the neighborhood we live in. As I'm sure you're aware, so much has happened right in our neighborhood. The Seneca Trail historic Valentine, the thriving farming community. I just think it's important to preserve, appreciate, celebrate the past, not just focus on the new developments and making money. And while I do appreciate the efforts made to honor the history of the area with the cobblestone architecture of the new builds, I find the signs to be an eyesore. I feel these days everyone uses GPS, so a large sign is maybe less important than it was in days past. So my concern is just that we'll lose some of our historic charm and character and start to look like Henrietta. That's it, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Anyone else want to speak for or against the application? Okay, so if you want to, again, you know we're
Yeah, I'm just
I wanna
gonna,
give you
I'm
enough
just gonna
time 'cause
ask.
You are more than like, I think the board is going to want to see what that sign looks like.
Yeah, just
Give you some
gonna-
time to go to the planning board, figure out if that's the proper avenue. So when are we, our meeting's March, no, February.
I don't have the date with me.
You know what? You don't know. I don't have.
I'll try to find it out real quick.
All right, go ahead. What, he's going to look.
For
And
the,
when the next meeting is, it'll be in February.
for the ZBA or the planning board?
ZBA,
Come
the
back
next
here.
meeting. So just to give everyone a heads up on inviting everyone back that wants to
Mike.
speak
Yeah.
again on it.
February
Mike.
6th.
Thank you.
Sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to cite the code in relationship to the planning board. In 165.5, business use signs, section B7, it says, "The planning board, in conjunction with a new site plan review, may provide additional building identification and directory signs. The planning board may not increase the total sign area permitted for a specific building or tenant sign." So variances from the zoning board will still be required.
Okay, so that's from your read right there. That's not an option. Going to the town planning board is going to be futile.
Correct.
Okay, all right, so we'll cross that out, but I think we still would like to see what that sign looks like. And the other piece that,
I'd say one thing too, though.
go
It
ahead.
hasn't happened recently, but we have had applicants in the past go to the planning board, and then those minutes of the discussions are provided to us so we can have some kind of idea whether they thought it was, on what their opinion of it is as well.
I don't know why they would give us an advisory opinion on what they thought of this.
So they have an existing site with a very similar monument sign. Are they pleased with how it came out? Are they not? Do they have any input on this particular site right across the road, whether they would do it again in a similar manner or do something a little different? That's kind of how I was thinking.
So looking for past minutes addressing this property.
I don't know about past minutes. You were talking about having the applicant go to the planning board.
I don't think it's,
Okay,
I think it's out of their jurisdiction to do it.
okay.
They have no standing to hear it. Right? I mean, but to your point, if there's something in the past that has come up in their minutes, we can look for it, but I don't want to waste your time or their time making a presentation that they really can't or shouldn't be hearing. But I think it's a point. Your thought on, Alexis, on seeing what that sign looks like, a mock size, all right, you're okay with that?
Yeah, and I think the other question I might have is the for lease sign, if, this sign was to get built, would you take down the for lease sign, put it in the empty spot kind of thing?
What we would do is remove that immediately and use the blank panel to identify the
Open space.
open space. But I would guess that just in the time between now and then, we would likely have
Tenant?
a tenant. So the for lease sign essentially will be a non-contributing element, hopefully in the very near future.
Okay.
All right, so Matt, you're okay with seeing call it a mock sign, if you will? I'm okay with it.
Prototype would be a good word.
Prototype, thank you. All right, so then we're looking for two things, that prototype and then breaking down those variances,
Criteria.
addressing them, and I think you heard Mr. Snyder, and this is what I was trying to allude to, is those facts that either we have or other things presenting to us on how it fits. Because if you're going to ask this board to guess, and I think to Fred's point, it's probably not going to go your way, and if I understand this right, you would need all four. One vote the wrong way, and you've lost that variance. And you know then, the criteria behind that is there's a limit on when you can reapply for that same variance. Okay? So if it sounds fair to you, and also what we'll do is find out Mr. Snyder's point on the notice issue. We'll make sure everybody's put on notice. And as far as a copy of Mr. Snyder's letter, do you have another one of those or not? We can make one. You don't, that's okay. We'll provide you a copy of that. What I'm asking, though, is unless Mr. Snyder wants to talk to you, the question should come to the board. Okay, if he says, I don't want to talk to you, that's his choice. All right, fair enough?
Understood.
So that, I think that would be advantageous for you to take a look at it, address his concerns, address our concerns, fill in some blanks, and we will see you on February 6th.
Incredible.
Got it?
Thank you, thank you.
Good. Thanks so much
Appreciate
for
it.
your time, and thanks for everyone's patience with that. Okay. Next is, well, you know what, before, this is Gypsum Mills, right? The 6249 Murphy Drive. Is everyone still okay? Do we need a 5-minute stretch? You want to keep pressing forward? We're good?
I'm okay to keep.
You good? You're good? You're good? Okay. Go ahead. We're ready.
Okay, my name's Jen Grindel. I'm the manager of Gypsum Mills, the Gypsum Mills community, and the following address, 6249 Murphy Drive, is located inside of that park. To help this along, I just want to say that there are a ton of Gypsum Mills residents here, and I just want to say that these first two that we're going to talk about are only about a home possibly, that it is possible for a home to go on the lot. If you're here about a certain home being placed in the community, that's not what these first two are about. Okay? All right. So for 6249 Murphy, I did submit the application for the variance. The lot is 54 feet wide. It's too late for me to speak, apparently. Sorry. Okay, 54 feet wide instead of 60 feet, so we're asking a variance for that. I provided the forms to you, and also an image that is drawn showing that a home can fit on the property that is the correct size. So it is in compliance with all of the rest of the laws that are stated under 138.6. It does have 7,200 square feet, and like I said, with the home being the proper size, it will fit properly on the lot.
So, you may have heard us refer to the County Planning Board. So, do you understand that this has been referred to the County Planning Board? And we can't make a decision until we hear from the County Planning Board on what
Okay.
the thoughts are, okay?
Okay.
Just a heads up, so you're gonna have to come back on February 6th,
Okay.
and we
So you
can,
think it might be after that, because the county planning board isn't until the 8th of February.
okay. And the March meeting is, we only have one meeting
March
in.
3rd.
Thank you. March 3rd is next.
Or March 6th, I apologize.
Okay, March 6th. And that's not an option for us. By law, we have to wait for the county planning board to give us their thoughts on it and then address them accordingly.
Okay.
All right, makes sense? But we certainly can get some facts today so that when the March 6th meeting, we'll look at those minutes from today and be a little more efficient with the whole process.
Okay.
So is there other things that you want to talk about? Let's just do the one first, the 6249. That lot width is 54 feet,
Correct?
and you need 60 feet. But there's also a requirement that it's a minimum square footage of 7,200,
Correct.
and you're at 7,290,
Correct.
right? Okay. So anything else you want to add on that application?
Nope.
And we could jump
So they're over the minimum.
on the square
Square
footage
footage.
size. Right, what they're missing on both lots, one is 54 and another is 53. So 6249 is 54 feet wide frontage, and 6261 is 53
Correct.
frontage. And that total is, if it's, the area is 140 by
145.
53
Yep.
is 7,420. So you're
Correct.
over that as well.
Yes.
Okay. So, with that in mind,
The only variance then you're seeking really is that you're not 60 feet. That you don't have
Correct.
60 feet of linear footage, you're 6 and 7 feet off.
Correct.
Or, I should say, okay. Want to make sure I didn't miss something.
right, okay, so, Alexis, you have any questions on either one of those variances?
So if you're gonna put a home on either of those properties, are you still gonna be able to remove them in the same way you would if it was a 60
Yes,
foot?
there's a home on each lot already.
Okay. They're not gonna have to be moved in any other way other than whatever the standard, most regular way is? You're not gonna have to come in with some sort of big crane?
Nope, just like every other
Okay.
lot, that's correct.
That it?
Yep.
Okay, good. Matt?
You said there was a home on there already?
There's a home on each lot already.
Okay, and so how did you get here?
Well, I guess it was a long process, but we've never had this issue before of having to come about the 53 or 54-foot lot. We have several in our community, and we've never had an issue before. The reason why you're here, you'll see in the next one you're going to listen to, maybe for a while, that there's a home on that lot that was placed incorrectly, and due to the fact that it's placed incorrectly, then that led to everyone measuring lines, and when I spoke to Rick, he said because of that issue, he was going to address both.
So that issue, you're referring to the interpretation request?
Is that what's, yes, the
diagonal.
yes, that's the reason why all of this started.
Okay, understood.
So there's more homes than just 6249 and 6261 that you're going to be in front of us with?
No, I'm just saying that these are like.
I thought you said there were other
in the
lots that were
Oh,
not-
in the history, if you go through all 562 lots in Gypsum Mills, not all of them are 60 feet wide. So this is the first time it's come to us that we needed to ensure that it was 60 feet wide. This is the first time anyone said to us about this particular factor, because we've always had homes placed properly in compliance with all the rest of the rules.
Who's ever talking, please stop. If you want to take a conversation, please go ahead, all right, and we'll give you a chance. Sorry, continue.
No, that was all I had to say. We honestly, at our part, did not know that we needed to, plan for 60 feet. Everyone else's home is placed and everyone's friendly neighbors. This came up because of the placement of the home that is on 6249.
Great, thanks.
There's people currently living at both of these, are these new homes, are they?
Oh, no, there was a stop build put on both of them due to the issue of the misplacement and failing one of the inspections on both, so.
But there was no previous home that was removed and a new one came, so this is a new lot, greenfield.
Correct.
Okay, all right, I'm okay for that.
Fred, questions?
No, I don't have any questions.
All right, so.
Can I ask one question? Is that okay?
Sure,
Okay,
ask as many
great.
as you want.
Thank you. So because there are two homes on these, does that mean that the stop build is, that we won't be able to continue on these two until you said until the March date?
Stop build is in place.
And it can't be lifted until we get this approved, is that correct?
You can't get a variance granted.
I just making sure.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
Right,
All
I think you run the risk if you continue to build, the code enforcement officer will be out there and there's likely consequences that you
Yeah, I
have.
don't want that. All right.
Other questions?
No, that was it.
Okay, so with that in mind, I see lots of people here, and thank you so much for your patience. If you would like to speak to the issue, please let us know which property that you're talking about, and/or both. And if you could, I'm not asking you necessarily to be brief about it, but if somebody says A, B, and C, just don't keep saying A, B, and C. You can certainly say what that person said, and we got it. Let us know if you're opposed or in favor of granting the variance. Okay, that would help us tremendously. All right? So with that in mind, would anyone like to speak for or against the application? You had your hand up first, come on. You're second. Tell us who you are.
I'm Hans DeBrine, and I live at 6298 Kim's Drive. I've lived there for almost 8 years now. And my comments pertain to both properties, and it has to do with the size, so I will skip that first paragraph I had. The house at 6249 is placed a couple feet from the right side lot line. And the fact that there's no other building near it, it's a driveway, that 5 foot from another structure doesn't come into play. However, there's sliding glass doors right there at the driveway side, so you need stairs to get out. If you put any stairs there, you're gonna wind up in the other person's property. That's one issue. My first question is, as was asked before, how do we get here? The houses are on the property, and in section 83.4F in the town code, the issuance of building permits. An application for a building permit shall be examined to ascertain whether the proposed work is in compliance with the applicable requirements of a uniform code. And then it has the different codes it has to comply by. And then code enforcement officer shall issue a building permit if the proposed work is in compliance with the applicable requirements of those codes. That's phase one. Phase two is the inspections. One of the inspections, the first inspection, is inspecting the lot prior to issuing a building permit. So the system failed. Shouldn't they have known that the lot is 53 feet or 54 feet and said you can't put a house on this property? Something broke down somewhere, and if these houses or these lots are allowed, that's only going to bring more questions to this body, because now all of a sudden you want to put a deck on. Now, I don't know what the diagonal bit about a deck is, or stairs or whatever, that they also have for this, the 49 property. But they're going to, if you're smaller this way, people are going to come, if they want to put a shed in, where's the, you're going to wind up with more people coming with issues. So please deny this request, so that in the future we don't have other houses put into smaller lots.
I didn't understand your first paragraph that you said. Will you say that again? What was your objection in that paragraph?
Oh, I'm objecting to the width of the lot. And I don't understand how they were able to put a house on that lot
I think
using the process for the building code, the building permit, because you have to go through the inspection to make sure the lot's okay. And then there's a whole bunch of other inspections that happen. And during none of that like the pool house. I mean, it's like, where did it break down?
Okay.
But the thing is, this house was put together, and when Cook was working on it, I was walking my dog, and the guys were there. I said, this is in the wrong place. It's right next to the lot line. Well, it's up to code. Well, it's back 25 feet. The problem is, the 25 feet for that house, it's, I think, about 28 feet for the house next to it, and then the house over on the left side is even farther back. So it's not, it's doing this. And you walk down the street, it's got this bump sticking out. So that's my concern.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Yep, thank you.
One other thing. No postcards were sent out to anybody in the, even the houses right next door. So that needs to be cleaned up. Postcards need to go out.
We'll look into it, thank you.
Hi, my name is Linda Lechner, and I live right next to, I'm at 6251. So I wrote a little something, and anyway, as a resident homeowner, I feel the need to express my opinion. The premier manufactured home park we have loved seems to have lowered its standards. We have extensive custom homes under construction that don't fit the surroundings. These new homes are being squeezed into lots that are too small for the home. Where was the foresight? That's the same thing he said. Why did it happen? If you drive through the neighborhood toward the end of Murphy Drive, you will see the management's very poor attempt to occupy the lots. The recent constructions have front doors on the side of the houses and blank windowless ends that face the road. Others have sliding doors as front doors or as exits with little space to no space to exit or a landing. That's why I've given you the pictures. The home placement does not allow for proper egress, let alone privacy. The lot width is just too small for the home. In those pictures, you see how it's leaning, it's right next to my house. Anyway, the new owners have paid high prices to buy Gypsum Mills, and because of the mismanagement, projects are being halted and families can't move in because their new home doesn't meet the code. I feel terrible for the new homeowners. The extra cost must cost them anguish. I don't know the answers. I just wish we could work together to bring Gypsum Mills back to the quality housing development it used to be, and take pride in the neighborhood. I mean, I feel bad. We've got a couple families here that have these homes that are built sitting there. I also understand they don't have the proper footers onto them. And they're moved out of their apartments and everything, and they have no place to go, but yet you're saying until March. I've got a house next door to me that is so, if they put steps on to go out their sliding glass door, they're gonna be in my driveway. It's all pushed over to one side, and then it's not even centered on the lot. So that's really I just think something went wrong here. They shouldn't have put the houses on the lots until they knew the lots were the proper size. And I also, my last thing, we are Gypsum Mills. We are on rock. On the left side of me, they tried to dig a home, and they couldn't get through the rock. And so that's sitting there. On the other side, where they put 6249, they were there for days trying to dig and get through the gypsum to put the footers in. Days. Weeks. And what happened, I think, they couldn't get through in the center to center the house. So they just kept digging more holes, and so they got over to where they could push this house in, which is right next to my house. But it's not even centered on the lot, so that's all.
Okay.
Help. Okay.
Can I say something?
Yeah, you can say.
This is my mother.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Wait, just give me 1 sec. I got really short and quick here. My name's Matt McConville. I'm a Victor resident. That's my mother. I just jotted some notes down Thank you for your time, Board, by the way, this will be really quick, that the board members said earlier tonight, I think Mr. Salzberg mentioned the word avoidable, and Mr. Nearpass mentioned the term negligent for a previous case. Seems pretty straightforward to me. You know, these people were supposed to be professional builders, they've done this for years, and they knew the rules. It doesn't matter if it was an oversight or what, those are the rules. And now they're asking for 2 variances on one lot, and aesthetics also were mentioned tonight. And if you saw this in person, it's like putting a square peg in a round hole. It sticks out like a sore thumb in the neighborhood. So much so that people walk by or drive by and stop and ask, what are they thinking? And so they seem to plop it down and say, you know, to my mother and other neighbors, you know, you just got to live with it. It definitely affects the quality of my mother's life, and why should she have to suffer or deal with this because of their negligence? Thank you for your time.
Thanks. Who's next?
Good evening, I'm Dale Castle, 6268 Murphy Drive. And actually, earlier today, I sent over some photos. I don't know if you got, does everybody have one in their packet? They've talked about packets today. I don't know too much about what you're looking at, but I'd emailed over some photos. I don't know if you just got ones of the third item. Should I be waiting on the third item as far as an interpretation of the?
These are what they're looking at.
Yeah, we're not to the interpretation.
Okay, so I won't go that far. Either it ties together, I won't go there. But I actually had taken pictures of the house at 6249 and actually kind of put where the line is. So I'll bring these up. I don't know if you have these, just so you're looking at them. So basically what that is showing, the house at 6249, lot line is 6251, Linda's house, how close that is. It's 10 feet off her driveway. There's a sliding glass door there. What type of egress can you put out of that sliding glass door unless it's a ladder without infringing on the property, on the line? It just seems, the fact that you're coming for a variance after these houses have been installed, set up, it just seems like a failure somewhere. Does it start with the management at Gypsum Mills? Is it the building department? Or is it the contractor, Cook Properties? It shouldn't be coming to this. The fact that this is the way we've always done it, well, that doesn't, it's not working. You've got to know as you go in what you're up against. Again, discuss the egress on the door, because I don't know what you're going to do off that sliding glass door. My understanding is the homes are sold. I can't imagine the stress and frustration of the homeowners due to the negligence of others. Something has definitely gone wrong, and it shouldn't have got to this point. The house at 6261 is sitting more on the lot, more centered. 6249 off to the side. Both houses have doors on the north side and the south side, so they knew when you were drilling these foundations that you're going to have to deal with a door coming off the south side of 6249. Where are you going to go in 5 feet? So basically, that's all I've got. I've kind of not repeating a lot that was already said. But then I'll save the interpretation of code for the next agenda there. Thank you.
Thanks. Who's next?
I'm Emily Madison. I'm the homeowner at 6261 Murphy Drive. Only thing that I will say is I know that there's 2 homes. I know hers is a little more complicated than mine. I just want to make it be known that I don't want to be caught in the crossfire of this, and it should really be known that I am a single mother with 2 children, that I am waiting patiently to get into a home with my children, and while we are in limbo, it is truly, truly detrimental to me and my family to keep me in limbo like this. So if we're not going to do the variance, I need somebody in this room to tell me what other options I have, what other lots I can go on, or where to go from here, because leaving me in the dark is horrible on Gypsum Mills, and it's horrible on Cook Properties, and they're leaving me completely unprotected.
Right,
My mom is graciously letting me move in with her, but waiting till March 6th, I'm going to go home and I have no answers, or where to go next.
And I think they've taken advantage of her. Please. I'm her mother. I just want to tell you.
It's okay.
Your name?
I'm Sharon Madison.
Thank you. Where do you live?
We live around the corner on 6302 Lambert.
Thank you.
And we told her what a wonderful place it was to live. But we bought our house used, so everything was already settled. What's happening to her, I've never heard of. But I think there's been a lot of undercurrent going when she calls people to ask, what am I supposed to do? Or, you know, what if we don't get a variance? She's answered by this company that, don't worry about it. Don't
worry
jump
about it.
there. You know, and she's been trying to move her children over to Victor from Canandaigua.
Since May.
And she was supposed to be done in the summer. But even when they were looking at the land, they called her one day and told her, you're going to have to pay an extra $20-something thousand to drill on the original site. And
That
I
was
said
the
to
one I
her,
thought about.
that makes no sense whatsoever. You're renting the land. Why would you be responsible for it? So we've had so many issues where you hang up and scratch your head and say, who knows what's going on? And I know they've changed hands a few times.
Stop. I can't, I'm sorry. I can't have you do that. You're interrupting, and it's creating a problem. You'll have your chance. So if you would, just hold your comments till it's your turn, okay? Thank you.
Obviously, these are residential areas, a little more hitting home with an emotional experience tied to this, so I am here tonight just, I mean, even if we have to re-meet in March, is there any answer or any direction for me? Because I have to leave my apartment. They have another family in.
I will do my best, my very best to help you understand what's happening here. This board is legally constrained. We're prohibited. We cannot make a decision. The law doesn't allow us to do it until we get the planning board, county planning board, and their comments, and then we address it. If you want, you might want to think about it, go talk to a lawyer. Because you're asking,
I'm just going to say.
you're asking what you can do. We can't give you legal advice. You're asking for legal advice. What can I do? Talking to a lawyer might help on, this is what your options are, this is what your remedies are. We can't answer that for you. Beyond that, all we can do is hear people who are for or against, and then come back in March and address what the county planning board has said and make decisions on both these lots.
Okay, and I have one more thing I'd like to add.
Go ahead.
We are going to be talking to a real estate lawyer, but we wanted to come here first to see what we needed to do. She has been told that her closing has already happened and that she signed papers. Now, she did, but they're holding them back because there is no CFO, and then CFO, and I talked to Rick, and he said, I don't have any record of a CFO. So they're also telling her she needs to start paying the mortgage that conveniently this company will provide, that she should be paying for something she doesn't own yet. So I guess that still falls under legal, but I just want you to know that I think people have gotten braver and braver about really abusing somebody who is young and never had experience with this kind of stuff, and it's totally wrong. You know, she shouldn't have to go through this, and neither should the other lady. So, just saying.
I understand your frustration. You'd like to speak?
Good evening. I am Sue Sherman. I'm a sales representative for Cook Properties. I happen to have inherited both of these cases. I was not the original salesperson that started the contracts with these folks. But I can tell you, historically, I've been in this industry for 35 years. I have owned mobile home parks. I still own one. That being said, anytime that I did anything as far as the mobile home park was concerned, we would have engineering plans done for any expansion or how the layout was supposed to be for the park. That was always submitted to the town so that the town would know the lot sizes and approve or disapprove of placement of a house. Because these homes, and just bear with me because I don't know, I'm not familiar with Gypsum Mills at all, other than I know it's a beautiful community. When a home is assigned a lot number, are all of the homes in this park already assigned numbers? Do we have lots already assigned?
Right, but before we go any further, and you're asking questions is fine. Are you for or against these applications?
I'm for my customers being able to live in these homes.
Okay.
Even though I've inherited them, and especially Emily has spoken, I did do her closing. I did that closing December 13th of this year. Her rate expired, and we had to close the loan in order to save her substantial money in that time frame. At the time we closed, we were between 50 and 75% done with the construction of her home. Our intention was to be able to get her in by the end of December, if not, bare minimum by the end of January. We were able to do that looking forward. So I, in good faith, rather than trying to get an extension, made the effort to get this closed because it met the criteria with the bank, because it was placed, things had been done, the bank would close on this. I have other deals that were not able to close in time, and because of the interest rates, they have suffered tremendously in their payment. So I was trying to do a service for my customer, and now it has caused a huge problem for my customer. She owns and is responsible credit-wise for a house she cannot live in. I'm sick over that because I'm in this industry for the customer, not for Cook Properties, not for the park. I don't need to be doing this job. I still do it part-time because I enjoy being able to sell and show people, especially young women who are single moms, you can do this. You absolutely can do this. At my other job, I work with single moms all the time, and to encourage them and empower them is huge. That has nothing to do with here. So I'm in this position to try to help solve this problem, and I don't know how we got here. Like I said, I've been doing this 35 years. I've never had to go for a variance in the middle of construction before. I don't even know what that looks like. I've been to many, many, many variance hearings prior to construction. I don't know how this happened. When we received from Rick McGrain the stop work order, and the email was sent December 16th from him, it specifically said, it noted the lot size being a minimum of 60 feet and an overall square footage of 7,200. Automatically, when I saw that, I'm like, oh, we should be fine because Gypsum Mills must have all of their sites according to code, or they wouldn't have told us we could place a house there. I'm confused as to how this happened as well. But I want what's best for the customers. These are consumers that have paid big money for nice homes. And to address the aesthetic, again, I haven't gone through all the areas in Gypsum Mills. I'm assuming that many of the homes have the entrance on the gable end, that's the front of the home. These particular homes are not built that way. The entrance is on the long end of the house, the front doors and so forth. I don't know that that's anything in zoning as far as addressing aesthetics. I don't think that would come up here. But right now we're looking at, we have customers with needs. They do not have places to live, and they're financially responsible for paying on a home with good intentions that we had a building permit for, they could afford, the money was paid, and now everything is stopped. And I'm at a loss. I have no idea. So I want what's best for the customer. That's what I want. I don't know. I can't even imagine. So I don't know how we got here.
Thank you.
Okay.
Anyone else? Good for now. Yes, you do? Come on up.
Hello, my name is Bill Stanley. I live at 6369 Kim's Drive. Excuse me. And occasionally my wife and I like to drive through the park and see how the houses are coming along. And we noticed those new homes that are going in there. And we also stopped and thought, well, why are there no windows on the roadside? And then we saw the side entrances with the driveway right next to it. We thought, my God, how are they going to get out without walking onto the driveway? My concern now really is whether or not it's approved is out of my hands. But my concern is for the neighbor, this woman right here, who found out who lived right next door, what's that going to do to the resale value of her house if she ever decides to leave? With having a neighbor right there at their footsteps. Doesn't look very good, unfortunately. So that's all I have to say.
So, clarify, you oppose both variances?
I would be opposed to that, yes. Mm-hmm.
Anyone else want to speak for or against the application? Come on up.
My name is Donna Gilmer Castle, and I live at 6268 Murphy Drive, and I can't stay up here too long, but I wouldn't give Gypsum Mills the benefit of the doubt. They lie, they deceive, they don't tell the truth to the people that live there, nor the people who are going to live there. Their reputation has just gone down. When I moved in 2014, it was beautiful, well-kept. Ever since then, it's just gone downhill. You can't go to the front office for help. They're not on your side. It's just not run well at all. Cook comes in and puts these houses in. What's their responsibility? Do they not get a variance for the house they put in? Do they not do a survey? Do they not? Where they put their footers, they're not responsible for where the footers go in, where they place the houses. What, they just go in and depend on the girl in the front office? Well, we'll put the footers in for you. She has no clue about houses, selling houses, building houses. She lives down the street from me. What does she know? She's raising a little baby. How she got in the office, I have no clue. She's of no help. So what's Cook rely on? Where are they going to put their house? They have no clue where they're putting a house. They're taking the responsibility of signing people on for mortgages. With what? What backbone? Now she's crying the blues? For what? It's a little late to be thinking about that now. I guess she should have thought about that ahead of time. I mean, not for anything. I mean, I'm sorry she's going through this. I feel sorry for her. But you got to take care of yourself from the beginning. I feel sorry for the girl who doesn't have a place to live.
Okay.
You think she's going to be in by March? I don't think so. I'll bet you she won't be. It'll probably be way after March. She's just going before the planning board in March. They'll probably be pulling her house out of there in March. Who knows? Am I a happy camper living there now? No. I have to listen to a husband who's up in arms about what's going on. It's stressful for me to live there. What am I to do? Now, I certainly can't move out. I don't have the money to go elsewhere. Houses in Victor are going for $400,000. Where am I going? Here I was moving into a reputable community. Not one that I thought was going downhill. And that's exactly where it's gone. And now I'm feeling sorry for me.
Okay.
That's what I have to live with. And I have a house to go to and sleep at night. So I wouldn't give Gypsum Mills the benefit of the doubt. Don't let those houses stay there. I
Thank you
feel
for-
sorry for my neighbor. Has to live next door to one of them, the one closest to the driveway.
I feel more sorry for these poor people. that
Yes,
have no
and I
place to
do
live.
feel sorry for the people who have
There's the
a
one down there
house
too. She's
that don't have a place to live.
At no point
Thank-
does anybody have any.
No, I'm sorry. You'll have your turn if you need to say something else, but,
But
One at a
Gypsum
time.
Mills does not get the benefit of the doubt.
okay.
And it's poor management, very poor management.
All right, thank you for your time.
Thank you for listening.
Would anyone else like to speak for or against the, you've already, we'll come back if you have something else that you want to add. I'd like to give everyone a chance, so why don't you come on up?
My name's Steve Myers, 6319 Roberts Drive. In listening to this, in the opening beginning of your meeting, there was discussion about knowing and expectations about what you're supposed to do before you build, before you place. Are you aware of what the rules and regulations are in the state of New York, the county of Ontario, town of Victor, with placement of a manufactured home are? What are you supposed to do beforehand? Is the manager who is here, is she aware? Is Horizon, who owns Gypsum Mills, aware? That's my question. Are you aware of what you're supposed to do before that manufactured home comes in?
You are really close to asking a legal question, and we can't give you legal advice. We're here to look at a variance. We look at the code, all right, and the way variances work is you look at the code, you've heard the criteria that we go through, and the board makes a decision on whether or not, variance is another way, it's an exception to the rule.
Okay.
Rules are not, by design, they shouldn't be black and white. They need some bend to them. So, looking at the facts that we find, listening to people who are for or against, and see if they fit into that criteria, and then the board makes a decision on whether or not a variance is granted. These comments are valuable to us. We're learning. Do we know everything? No. When there's time, we go back, we ask the questions. We may have to go seek legal counsel and ask specific questions that we don't.
Who do I ask and get an answer? Is there an inspector here? Are you?
There's a, yes.
So
there's a-
do you get a phone call from Gypsum Mills saying, we are bringing in a home? We would like you to come out and inspect the property?
Building applications are required.
Okay, so did you get a building applications before these people bought?
Yes.
And what did you do?
I did not review the application, but what was proposed and what was executed differ. So we approved a proposed plan.
Did you see it?
Yes.
Did you measure the lot?
I did not personally. I did not review the plan.
Okay, who does?
Another code officer who I'm not going to speak for.
Is there a code officer here in Victor? Inspectors?
What I'm saying is that I did not personally inspect or review that application.
So who did?
Code officer Rick McGrain.
from Victor. He works for the town of Victor.
Correct.
So he got the information. I'm just trying to learn what the steps are to prevent this, because I may have a friend that wants to come in, and I certainly would tell him, whoa. Okay? So if we could get an answer, and I can understand what, I feel sorry for these people. But if they could get an answer from this town, if you could do that for these people, and even us, what are the steps to be taken prior to a manufactured home being delivered and installed? What are the inspections taking place? Could we get that information? Electrical, which I'm big on, that's another story. What is being done and who are the people taking care of that? Because I could tell you some things that are damn embarrassing, which I'm not going to bring up at this meeting. So if you could give us that information, that would be like who to go to and what are the steps. So that maybe if the realtor person comes in, you know, she comes into Gypsum Mills, I'm sure she comes in, you know, we want to sell a home here, then the manager has the places and people, information who to contact and what to do.
Right, so if I
What the
understand
steps
your,
are.
if I understand your concern right, you're asking more of a general question about how does the system work in the
Yes.
specific instance of Gypsum Mills.
Yep.
Best then either making an appointment either with the code enforcement officer or planning to say, generally speaking, what are the steps? How does this work? Right?
Okay.
You're looking at a specific, and I believe, if I understand you correctly, you're opposed to these two variances.
Yes,
Okay,
unfortunately.
all right. So if you have information, something different than what we've heard so far today and why you're opposed, then certainly tell us. If you are going to say, no, what the general people are saying, I'm opposed to it, understood, we have it. We're marking it down
Right.
that there's a number
Yes.
of people who are not happy with it. So and I don't want to belittle what you're concerned about.
I understand.
But you
I
have
understand what you're saying.
two questions here.
Yep.
Generally, how does it work, and specifically to these variances?
So we'll get an answer from somebody, you got our addresses, who and what the steps we
On
need
the
information.
general
Or
piece?
a person who to see.
On the general piece?
Yeah, who you want us to speak, who do you see, if you're going to bring in a manufactured home, the manager should know that, what the steps are to come to the town and get the information of the variance, or, I'm sorry, the inspections, and what the lot's supposed to be, the house is supposed to be, and all the steps they go through.
So-
Because it sounds like nobody here knows what those are on this side.
Adam, is the code enforcement officer the best person to address general questions on how does it work? How do manufactured homes in Gypsum Mills get from the manufacturer and land in Gypsum Mills? What are those steps?
Yes, he'd want to talk to code enforcement.
Okay, so either make an appointment, call, or set up a time. I
And I
can tell you,
can
they're
get
not
those
there all the
answers.
time. They're buzzing around doing other things. So
Right, I understand.
to find some time when you make an appointment, you sit down and you either.
The
Adam or-
zoning board? Who? Code
enforcement.
enforcement? So ask for that information down here and get that phone number, and then I can get that information, or somebody can, and present it to the manager at Gypsum Mills?
Correct. Call the town, ask for the planning and building department.
Maybe these things wouldn't happen,
I,
you know, just,
I can't tell you what the weather's going to be tomorrow, right? It's,
well, when the sun rises, you're gonna know it's gonna be a
it
sunny day.
is, understood. But I think you hopefully understand that.
I do.
The general piece, code enforcement officer
do.
will hopefully address the questions that you have on how does the system work from manufacturer to Gypsum Mills.
Right,
Okay?
okay.
Thanks so
Thank you.
much. Thanks for your time.
Sorry.
Just say one thing.
You will have a chance to address all these other pieces. I just want to make sure that everyone gets a chance to speak for or against the applications before we go any further. Did you have something else you wanted to say? Go ahead.
I'm still Sharon Madison. You know, some of this that I'm listening to, I mean, I know there's not one bad guy or one good guy or anything else like that here, but while the stop order is going on, Emily's house has missing shingles on the top of her house. And with a stop order, I don't know who's supposed to take care of that, what that entails. And also, I spoke to Rick, several times, and he's very helpful, very knowledgeable. And he told us that what he had found was that there were 9 pillars not underneath the house. And I don't know how many pillars are supposed to be there, but if it's 20, I'm worried. If it's 50, I'm still worried. This is the kind of stuff we're not told by anybody. And I thought Gypsum Wells was a really nice place to move to, but this is scary.
Okay.
That's all.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak for or against the application? I see a number of people that haven't been up, so if you have been up, don't raise your hand. The question I'm going to ask is there any other opposed? Show me hands. All right. No, I don't, if you've already spoken, don't put your hands up. All right, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 that are opposed. All right. Is it fair to say, and raise your hands again, that you're pretty much, what somebody else has said, you would probably say the same thing. Is that all fair to say? You're all nodding your head. Good, good, good. Thank you. Anyone that's for the application, I'd like a show of hands. All right, not seeing, well, you've already spoken. Oh, wait, all right, you've already spoken. If you've already spoken, I got you. So you've raised your hand, you're for. 1, if you've already spoken, please don't raise your hand, all right? So let's try again. I want to show of hands that are for. 1, 2, 3, 4 that are for the variance, okay? Thanks so much. Again, March 6th, we're going to come back, and you'll have another chance, but we really don't want to hear the same thing again. If there's something different, by all means. So you would like to say a few other words.
I just wanted to say again that my variances are not for the homes that are specifically on the lot. So everybody here that spoke about what they didn't want was the home that was placed on the lot. My request is only to say that a home that is the home that is there or a different home can possibly be placed on the lot. So if we were speaking specifically about the next one, about where the home is placed and asking for a variance for that, I have a different opinion. So everybody here seemed to speak about the next subject that would be coming up is the variance of where that one home is placed, that it's not placed in the correct spot. So I feel like that's what everyone was speaking about. No one here mentioned that the specific lot request that I'm making and the variance that I'm requesting is only simply about that a home properly placed and properly sized can fit on each one of the lots that we spoke of. So I don't feel like anybody here, and I could be wrong, but I don't feel like anybody here possibly spoke specifically about that matter.
Okay, I think we were able to decipher that there was overlap.
Yeah.
All right, so your position again at Gypsum Mills?
I'm the manager, community
Okay.
manager.
Do you know, and if you don't know, that's all right, the legal ownership of the manufactured home itself? Is it the individuals who buy it?
So what the process is, if someone comes in and they want to bring a home in through another company, they come in, we show them the lots that are available for someone to choose. They come in, they're allowed to choose and look at each lot, then they go to another company and decide if they are going to buy a home. After they go to that company, they talk about the home they want to purchase, they're allowed to come back to us and choose the specific lot they want, and then we take them through an application process simply to get them park approved. We make sure that they pass all of our criteria to be a resident. all of the planning of the home, all of the building of the home, all of the designing of the home, and all of the placement of the home is on the manufacturer that is bringing the home in. It is not, Gypsum Mills does not plan out the management or the placement of the home. That is not anything that we deal with. Our time stops at application, and our time starts again when they're issued a certification of the occupation. So it's not anything that I'm not involved in any of the placement of the home
I
at all.
appreciate all that. Let me try and rephrase the question.
Okay, sorry.
It's kind of a two-part question.
Okay.
I believe I understand that the individuals that live in the home, that own the home, they own the floor, the walls, the windows, and everything inside of it,
Yeah, correct.
right? And if by some way, and whenever, if they want to sell it, they own it. They have title to it.
That is correct. When you buy a home in Gypsum Mills, you own the home, you don't own the lot and or
That's
the
where I'm
land
going.
that is on. You rent
Who
your land.
owns- sorry to
Horizon
talk
Land
over you.
Company.
So they don't own the land that it's on.
That's correct.
Okay. So those lot lines, when it's an address of 6261 or whatever it is an identifying number for that particular home. So whether it be pizza person, mail, whatever it is.
Correct.
They get it.
Mm-hmm.
The ownership of all that property in Gypsum Mills is one company, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And then there's dedicated roads
Correct.
that the town comes and takes care of.
Correct.
So by function, what's important is the front line and where the roads are. Right? Because I think that's going to help us get to the issue with what is the side setback and why there's some confusion here. So if these homeowners here, they don't own the property. Is it fair to say?
The actual land? No, that's
The land
correct.
itself.
Correct. They don't
And
own
I'm
the
sorry to
land.
use the,
No, that's okay.
so it's the home, they own, the land that it sits on, the company owns.
Yes, that's correct.
That's
Yeah, they
helpful.
rent that land. Yes. Yes.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. With that, thank you so much for your patience on these two variances. We're going to come back on March 6th, and again, I have no control over that. It's the county planning board, it's the law, if you want to look into it. It's general municipal law, 236, and that's all we can do on, at least for today, on these two variances. We do have the interpretation. I know there's some overlap, I know there's issues, and we can get to that as well. All right? So with that, unless there's some questions the board has on
The only
these two
thing I was
variances.
gonna say, since there's a significant amount of time between now and then, she alluded to that this is common, that not every lot is great as 60 or greater. I don't want a list of addresses or anything like that at all, but it would be good to know, is that 10 more lots? Again, don't tell me what the addresses are, because I don't want to, but is it a huge problem? Is it 3 other lots, or is it half of the neighborhood is 59, 57, 58 feet wide? Or maybe you can just talk to that now. I'm not trying to
Okay.
go on a witch hunt or anything here, but
All of our homes are placed well. We only had 5 empty lots left.
I'm talking
so-
about the lots themselves
Yeah.
that are smaller than 60 feet. How many of them are there, about?
I don't even want to tell you an amount. I'd say probably about 100, maybe, so that would be like 20% of the over 500.
I just had a question to clarify. So you said that there was an existing home on one of these properties before? Both?
Currently.
Currently?
Yeah, those are the first 2 homes. Each one has their very first home on them, correct? Right now, they're both being installed by
Okay,
Cooks.
so but prior to this, the land was vacant?
Correct. They were both
Okay.
vacant
So
lots.
these are the first homes to be put on?
Correct.
That property? Okay.
So this is a dumb question, I know, but so there's no other lot they could possibly go on. There isn't another empty lot that's within compliance or larger?
We do, yeah, we do have, we have 5 empty ones right now, and there are ones that are compliant, they could move into, and move the home if they'd like.
And there's obviously a cost to do that.
I don't know what the cost is, because we're not the ones installing it.
I'm
so that
saying
would
there
be-
is a cost to doing that, right? That's not an easy thing to just say, I'm gonna pick up a house and move it
Yeah.
so many feet, right?
Yeah, it doesn't, yeah.
Looks easy enough.
Yeah.
Fred, do you have questions, comments, at least for this?
No.
All right, I think might be getting a little ahead of myself, but hopefully it's going to clarify maybe some understanding. The lot lines that everyone seems to be concerned about, the lot lines in between the two manufactured homes are not a lot line that you might think of a typical home, that they own the real estate it sits on. There's the home that has walls and all, and then there's the property it sits on. Those lines that are in between the homes is by design, a way that the manufacturer or the owner of the property divides it so these manufactured homes can sit on it. How close they are to that fictitious line is a matter of what the code says, and we're going to get to that now, is what does that mean? Because it talks about a lot line or lot setback requirements, a front setback, and a rear setback. And then we go into what is a side setback. All right, so we're going to go into this interpretation piece. Go ahead.
Before that, I just want to make sure on this whole thing with kind of Pandora's box being, if 20%, there's got to be something we're missing, I kind of feel like, was, for example, this entire site put together, should it all just be considered previously existing non-conforming in terms of,
No.
the 60 or the 53? Is there another review process that's not with the
No.
county? There's nothing within the town that was approved prior when they developed and thought of this community that we can look at and say, oh, the planning board approved all of these like this, it would fall under that. It doesn't need a variance for 53 or 54 because here's how it is on this drawing that was approved by the town board, the planning board, and everybody else, and it's gotten all the way to here. Or are we really looking at this as, nope, it absolutely has to go to the planning board? Because if you pull out a drawing from when this whole thing was created, my guess is it was still a 53-foot wide plot.
It's not a plot. There's the kicker. It's not a plot.
Okay.
Think of it more of an apartment building, where each tenant has rights to.
I'm just reading it where it says lot width is 54 feet, so it's a lot.
It's not.
Okay.
Legally, it's not a lot.
You used the word lot, it's not a parcel.
I'm reading, hold on, I'm reading the towns, and this is earlier. I'm just reading this is
I see
ours,
what you're reading.
Okay. Seeking an area variance for a non-conforming lot. Lot width is 54 feet, where section 138-6 states each manufactured home lot shall contain 7,200 square feet with a minimum width of 60. I don't see anything here that says anything, it says lot like 4 times. And so we all need to understand before we just say, let's move on from this and wait until March, knowing what's at stake. Does it really need to go? Are we 100% sure this thing has to go to the county and that there isn't some already pre-approved lot, parcel, whatever you want, segment, sector, whatever you want to call it, that this particular one shouldn't be in front of us? The setback is a different animal, but I'm talking about the lot lines themselves. Just feels like to me, this thing would have gotten caught a heck of a lot sooner, and is probably pre-approved by when this thing was developed.
To answer, wait, I'll get you, all right? I promise. It is a requirement that when a variance comes in and it's a distance, look at 230, it's either 236 or 239 general municipal law. It says when a variance comes in, we are required to send it to the county.
Yeah. I'm just questioning whether a variance is actually required.
They asked for a variance. We have no choice. It's a trigger. It's a knee-jerk reaction that legally, once that variance comes in, and we see how close it is, if it complies to those requirements that the county planning board needs to see, we got to do it.
And we've seen these cases before where really it's working with code enforcement, because sometimes code enforcement sends us something that
So,
doesn't really need a variance. When we all talk about it, we can go, you know what, this is kind of how this is covered. A variance wouldn't be required. And
Matt,
also, go ahead.
I think Rick addresses your question in the code comments, right there, the
Where am I looking?
last paragraph. I think he copied the whole code section too, where it says in lieu of side setbacks, that one.
Yeah, I'm not talking about side setbacks. I'm just talking about the 60-foot requirement. It doesn't sound like it doesn't sound like to me there's 2 homes in all of Gypsum Mills that are less than 60 feet. It sounded to me like there's 100 of them. So that's what I'm at, is 98 of them have gotten by the goalie for some reason, and now we've got these 2. And I get why the 2 were brought up, because of these setback issues that we're about to talk about. And to me, that's the discussion worth having. But I just want to make sure, we're 100% sure, before, again, we delay everybody for 2 months, that this thing really needs to go to the county, and I know it has to now, because that's started, but there can also be another parallel path where we do more due diligence and say, oh, you know what, this is actually what should have happened. I'm just saying, and I'm not the expert on that, none of us up here are. Code enforcement, again, usually does a really good job of being consultants for us and doing the digging, but I think we need to do some more homework on this in parallel with it going to the county, because that's the current trajectory this thing is on. But the problem sounds like it's 100 homes, not 2, and they just unfortunately got caught up with that.
All right. You had your hand up first, go ahead.
Sorry.
I hope, if it's something different, love to hear. If it's the
Real
same thing.
fast, I'm real fast, I don't drag it out.
You are?
I'm Bruce Mack, and I live at 6265 Murphy Drive. Before you make it a vote on this thing, on this variation, you need to know some more facts, too. Each of us at our house has a tree. We get 1 tree in the front yard, and we get a lamp post. That lamp post is a designated feet from the middle of the road, and that tree is planted in a designated so many feet from the road. We have to make sure, if we do variations, that we're not gonna have to keep coming here because of the mistakes of the trailers and keep challenging us to get variations. We want everybody in our complex to be uniform. If we don't do that, we're gonna take away of the real estate value of the houses. Number 3, if you have a variation and we don't accommodate a driveway, the person that gets that trailer, the manufactured home, is going to have to buy a small compact car because a regular car won't fit in there. So you have to take that into account too, especially if you're down the road, you're going to sell, and you sell that house and it won't accommodate a big sedan or something like that. So you need to be looking at all this too, about the tree and the light post and stuff like that. If you change it and you look down the road and that light post is over here and the rest of them are over here, it's not uniformity. We've got uniformity at our complex over there and things look good. We can't have a variation that changes that a lot. And that's all I have to say.
Okay, thanks. Go ahead.
That's my 2 cents.
My name is Sherry Akel. I am the owner of 6249, and I just want to understand what we're supposed to do. Because quite honestly, everybody's telling us how we were supposed to have everything this way and that way. I'm a first-time owner. I didn't know any of these rules. I'm taking upon Cooks and my realtor what I'm supposed to do. I don't know any of these things. I don't know what size my lot is, where anything's supposed to be. I took it upon these people that are supposed to know what they're doing to put my home in the right spot so we don't have to be doing this. So where does that leave me? I bought this house in April. And you're telling me now I have to go to March before I can even get an approval to even start. So you're talking a year that I had to wait, that I put a down payment, I've signed my payment or for my loan, everything in August. Now, luckily for me, I haven't had to make the payments because I made a stipulation that I wasn't going to make one payment until I moved in, which I feel bad for her. But where does that leave us?
All right, you're asking very similar questions to.
I understand that, but, I'm just trying to put my words out. I understand what everybody is saying about, uniformity and this, that, and another. But I had no control over where they placed my home. I didn't realize that it was supposed to be 60 feet. I didn't measure it. They gave me a map of a bunch of different lots to choose from. They didn't tell me one lot size or another. Nothing. That's all I got to say.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to refer back, I agree with you. In my many years of experience, this park should have been laid out at the get-go, so everyone knew coming in how this was supposed to be. If there are indeed 100 lots that are undersized according to Town of Victor code, I don't know why that wasn't known, first thing. Second thing, when we look at her diagram, the gal from Gypsum, and it showed a house 21 feet wide, I've been in this industry 35 years. You can't get a 21-foot double wide. It's not, no. At a time, we could get a 20-foot. Not anymore, and not for many years. So I'm not sure what size house we're going to put there. You're not going to get one to fit on those lots according to the print that she shows. So when our customers are going to them to get park approval, which we have signed off on in our files for both of them for their homes from Gypsum Mills, it's understood that house is 26 feet 8 inches wide. That's what it is. That's what industry standard is and has been for many years. So again, I'm not sure of the confusion here or where the diagram came to begin with, because you can't even get a house in the state of New York that size. At least not any manufacturer that I'm aware of. I've been doing this forever. I don't know how this works. So I agree with you thinking, I know we do need a variance because someone has put in for that, but I'm not understanding why. I don't get it. We had a legitimate building permit based on drawings, based on a lot we were told is this way. This is the exact size of the house we're placing. We did our installation according to manufacturer's guidelines. As far as the 2 piers for the one, it's because of a door width, and that's interpretive. We had no problem doing it. We were lined up to sink those other 2 piers. Got called off because of all of this. So just wanted to add that. I think there's confusion here that doesn't need to be.
All right, so I'm going to try and clarify. All right, do you have something new to say? I do. I know it's important. And go ahead, come on up. I'm trying to clarify it, and we're spinning wheels here.
Well, I think that the 2 properties there, one closer to Linda's side, there's less space than on the other house, there's more space. And I think because the footers were moved on the one house closer to Linda's, the footers were moved over to the right, so there's less space between the sliding glass doors and her driveway. And that's why the steps are going to fall on her driveway, because the footers were moved to the right a little bit more than they should have been. I guess I had heard there was rocks or whatever, so they moved the footers a little bit more. And I had also heard that one of the houses has less footers than they're supposed to be.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all.
what I'm hearing is the common theme of you're asking questions, what are my rights here? Again, I know it's may not what you want to hear, we can't give you legal advice. These, I'm telling you, they're complex legal questions, primarily because the thought is you were stuck on this lot line, a real estate property lot line, which isn't existing in gypsum mills, not as you're thinking of them that divide all of those mobile homes. So you're mixing a property right homeowners, what they have, if their neighbor encroaches onto their property, onto their lot line, as opposed to landlord-tenant law. You have a landlord that owns that property. You own the building. So you have landlord-tenant law, potentially have condominium law, real estate law. There's a lot of pieces that are coming to play that's causing a tremendous amount of confusion. If you really want those answers to say, hey, what are my rights here? And the lawyers are expensive. If you ask a lawyer, what are my rights here? What's going on here? What can I do? What are my legal remedies? We can't tell you what your legal remedies are. A lawyer can. A real estate lawyer can. One that's specializing, if you will, in litigation, because it could get there. Complex legal questions that you have. They're good questions. But many of them we can't answer. All we can do is look at the variance request, plug in those facts, how does it fit in the criteria, and decide accordingly. Right? Hopefully that clears up the variance piece. I know it's not what you want to hear, but that's what I'm seeing, as I understand what's happening here. So are we okay then to move into the interpretation piece of this? All right, board's good with that? All right, so the interpretation. Who made the application for the interpretation? Come on up. Tell us who you are.
Jim Luttrell, Director of Service and Development with Cook Properties.
You're the property manager?
No, sir. I run service and development for Cook Properties.
Okay.
We oversee the infill and service and...
You're looking for an interpretation.
Yes, sir.
Of 138-6, and specifically how the code treats side yard setbacks.
Yes.
And there was a question, if I understood it right, on a diagonal measurement from one structure to another, and you pick 10 feet. Help clarify, what is it that you're asking, and how does 10 feet, a diagonal measurement, come into play?
Sure. The 10-foot is the side setbacks as we know it. The houses are 10 feet 8 apart. The home that we just put in is 10 foot 8 inches away from the garage of the adjoining house next door. We put a set of stairs in there that's 4 feet wide, okay? Then we're being told that we're not meeting the setback requirements because the stairs are too close to the home next door. We measure the stairs from the corner, nearest point to nearest point. They are 11 foot plus. We're being told that it has to be a straight path all the way back and there can be no obstruction between those two when we're clearly far enough apart between a non-connecting set of stairs to a garage next door.
Okay. So what I was alluding to earlier, there's looking at, and we're going to hear from the board, what we're confronted with is really, what does Section B, as we understand it, and we look at the code, side yard setback. In lieu of a setback from its side line, there shall be a minimum of 5 feet separating all structures on each lot. What does that mean?
Yes, sir.
That's
Yes.
the ultimate question.
Yes.
So, as I understand what's happening here, and it does go back to that these homeowners of their modular homes, mobile homes, they own those homes, but they don't own the property it sits on. The lines that are marked for each of the numbers, whether it be Murphy, Kim's, whatever it is, and they have a specific number. I know it's being a little facetious, but there's truth to it. It's for the mail person, it's for the pizza person, whoever it is. They are more akin to a tenant division between apartment A and apartment B and a wall separated, and less like Main Street, home 119, and then right next door is 123. When they own the house, they own the property it sits on, and they have property rights that far differ from property rights that these homeowners have in Gypsum Mills. That's how I see it, and that's how I understand what that language means.
That's how I understand it as well.
Okay, so
you believe that says you could have two homes 5 feet from each other?
That says they need to be 5 feet apart.
Minimum.
any structure.
Okay.
So whether it be a home, a shed, if you're drawing that line and there's a shed, whether it's on the renter's property, lack of a better term, or the neighbor's property, that mark still counts. There really isn't a formal side line to measure from. It is a bit of a fictitious line to keep, if you will, homeowners happy. Now, if the stairs, in theory, if the stairs on property, let's call it 1,000, encroach onto property 1,002, really not a variance, that is an encroachment onto a piece of property that they are renting, and they have a legal remedy. What that legal remedy is certainly up to them. Now, the code says they need to be 5 feet from the structures and
On each lot. And I understand in your explanation, there's really no lot. It's all one big lot. And the Gypsum Mills management has divvied it up into subsections. But the intent also comes into play, right? So the intent here says, to me, I read this as, there should be a minimum of 5 feet separating all structures within the area that I own, or not own, sorry, within the area I'm renting.
Right.
It doesn't mean that my shed can be 5 feet away from your house. Difference there. I think it says my shed has to be 5 feet away from my house. But in terms of the next one, C, it talks about setbacks, 10 feet from the rear lot line to any structure on the lot. Right? So I still have to adhere to that, which again, I couldn't, knowing that, there's no way I could put a shed 5 feet away from your house. Or I couldn't put my house 5 feet away from your house. That's how I think it was a little different than what was discussed. But it may say lot, and lot might not be the right legal term to call the parcel, but it's in the section that refers to manufactured homes. So to me, the intent of the word lot is the piece of land of which I rent. That's how I see it.
But you're not renting, you're renting the land, right?
Correct.
You're
And
renting the
that's- and
spot you
here,
sit
that's
on.
what I would call my lot.
Right.
I bet everybody here refers to their parcel of land, their lot.
Sure.
Right? An attorney might not, but they get paid to do that stuff. But the way the code is written, it only uses the word lot. And so that's how I would interpret it as.
That's the way it's used in mobile home business. I mean, that's what we're doing. I'm doing a development in Utica right now, and I have to subdivide each one into a lot so that they all get an address, so that the mailman will go there, so that they get billed for
Right,
utilities, so that the
but when we see
postman will show
pictures
up.
of the back of one house being less than, I don't know, looks like less than 10 feet away from another house, I think that's one of the topics that we're talking about here, or you're requesting an interpretation on.
Right.
That's, to me, doesn't seem right. It seems like it's something that would require a variance, because you can't just put those two homes 5 feet from each other.
They're not 5 feet from each
Or
other.
whatever.
That's the thing.
How far are they from each other?
The houses are, well, our home is 10'8" away from the garage.
I'm just trying to find,
It's a 10-foot setback on the sides.
So this, so this is 10 feet, this is 10 feet 8 between the two? question is, the second you put those stairs to come out of that back, now
Right.
how far are you?
Right. Right.
Second you put something in the ground, it's a structure. So with those stairs, how far are you away from that house?
11 foot.
No,
And
no, no,
change.
you don't, there's no stairs in this picture. The house is 10 feet 8 from the
Right.
garage.
We have to dig and put 2 piers in there, so the stairs come in next. They're slated to be 4-foot stairs. Seeing that and then measuring between that, where that mark will be, where the
Now
stairs
you're
would be.
6 feet from the house.
No, we're not near
Matt.
the house, we're at the driveway.
If I could just jump in, the stairs are forward of the neighboring garage, okay? So they're within 4 feet of the, it'll be within 6 feet of the driveway, not necessarily the structure. And the point of the interpretation is to determine whether the intent of the code is to keep a 10-foot safe width between lots down the middle, is I believe what they're looking for.
structures, not the lots, the structures.
Right.
That's the way the code reads, the structures, not the lots.
Is the driveway a structure?
No. Yeah.
Top down. Okay, that helps.
Are we allowed to ask any questions?
Not to him, you can ask us questions. Not, what, no, hold on, this is not how this works. He has the floor, all right? When we get to that same piece again, when if someone wants to participate, put their comments in, we'll get there. We're not quite there yet, okay? So if you would, just hold your thought, we'll get you.
I don't have any comments, I just.
Okay.
That's to here.
So as we're talking about B, and you're saying that with those stairs, you would be more than 5 feet from the lot line? You'd be 6 feet from the lot line.
It's not the lot line in question here, sir, it's the structure.
We were just talking about section B, side yard setback. In lieu of a setback from its side lot line, there shall be a minimum of 5 feet separating all structures on each lot. That.
Do you have more questions, or you?
I'm okay for now.
Okay. Alexis, you got questions, comments? All right, we'll come back.
She's
Brandon?
gone.
Okay.
There must be a drawing or map of the whole thing with lot lines on it, or they couldn't put the underground utilities in.
No, I have to caution everybody, please, one at a time, and we'll get to you. I promise you, we'll get to everybody. So, other concerns, questions, comments?
No, but I think there probably is lot lines.
I think because of each home has separate utilities. So the way to figure that out, again, it's a fictitious line that divides
Whatever the longest.
home 1,000 to home 1,002, so they can get those separate utilities. It's really, to me, it's no different than a tenancy.
You're 100%.
It's an apartment complex
Right.
that is now individualized and sits on a piece of property that the landlord owns. Right, so each of those separate tenancies, apartments, have separate utilities. And outside of the home, there might be 3 or 5 or however many apartments that there are with separate utilities. Alexis, you had questions, comments?
Your question is really on the matter of if you, one, can keep constructing this home, but two, if you want to put stairs in, how wide can you make those stairs?
I'd be glad to make them as narrow as possible if it's gonna help, but I mean, we have them planted out for 4 feet. I don't think they need to be that wide,
Yeah,
which would contribute to, you know, being wider and farther away.
He's saying that if he's, does what he wants to do, he believes, he's compliant with B, right? That you're.
I mean, we have a set of
you're-
stairs on the other side that has a 5x5 landing, and they'd be, you know, they're code compliant. If we did a 3-foot landing there instead on the other side, I mean, I believe we'd still be code compliant, and it would be a foot farther away.
Are any of those issues that you have as far as when you're relying on subsection B, stairs, I think, are the prime issue. Are they encroaching into someone else's piece of property that they're renting?
I don't know, because nobody knows where the line is. Remember, it was supposed to be 7 feet the other way, and now it's not?
But if we do know that, generally speaking, the code says that you need 60 feet of frontage. So there needs to be a beginning and an end of where that frontage is. And if it turns out that if, please don't get excited, if a variance is granted for 54 feet, 56 feet, doesn't matter, 50, something less than what the code requires, there still is a beginning and an end of where the frontage is. So if you know where the frontage is, you should be able to figure out what is that property owner, they're paying a mortgage or they own it outright, but they're renting that property. What is it that they're renting? And they have certain rights to that property that they're renting. And if stairs from their neighbor is encroaching onto property that they're renting, they may have a legal remedy. We may not and probably won't be able to deal with it. All we can do is interpret what we believe that section of the code is.
Right. Okay.
So again, I caution you, just because if we give you a certain interpretation, don't mark that as to say, oh, we're free and clear, we're not going to be sued. Whatever and however they do it, that's certainly up to them.
Understood.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, you got something?
Yes.
All right.
I'm David Nelson. I'm also an employee with the Cook Properties. On one of your diagrams back here, when Jen was up here, she had this lot 140 or 6249 in question. She did a plot plan up here. Nope, you just passed it. That one right there. If you look at this one right here, it shows electrical, and it shows 2 boxes. Shows the line next to it. To my interpretation, that's what she's labeling as the property separation between the 2 neighbors here. So if I was to take that measurement from the house to the opposite side of that meter can, I have exactly 6 foot 8 inches. So if we come off of that house 4 feet, we're still technically in what Gypsum Mills says her property. If we go off of this measurement, I have a picture here that shows you. Backside. This is the house in question. This is the garage. That's the meter can that I'm assuming she's electrical on her diagram.
All right, can we have this?
Yep.
I'm going to mark this as, I'm going to date it today, today's the 17th. 23, we'll call this Exhibit A.
You seem to know where the lot line is.
This information was given to me after this all came arouse. So since then, because I had talked to the code officer that came out to our site, he wanted me to draw up a diagram of the existing house in lines to the neighbors' houses with exact measurements. That's what I did. That's where the diagonal measurement came from off the stairs. Because I went from the closest structure off the stairs, and the closest one was from a corner of the steps coming off, it was 4 foot, to the corner of the garage was the closest structure that I had. If I go straight off of that, I have over 20 feet to the house.
I understand what you're saying. And I'm going to keep going back to the premise that the root of the question comes to, what do these homeowners, as tenants on the property, what are their particular rights when it comes to if another neighbor decides to either encroach or invade the property that they're paying for.
Right.
And I think it largely comes into, how does Section B, how do we interpret what that is? So I know there's the 10-foot separation between the two, and to me, it is no different than a tenant in apartment A decides to expand the wall into apartment B and say, that's okay. Apartment B is going to say, wait a minute, I'm paying for this, and now I've gotten my neighbor in A coming onto something I'm paying for. So that's why I'm
They wouldn't need a
cautioning.
variance to do that. They would go to the.
Oh, I'm trying to make a point.
But hold on, they could do that if they had agreement with the homeowner on the other side of the wall and the property manager, and they did it within code, they'd be able to do that without a variance. And so that's kind of why earlier when we were talking about, does it really need a variance? Because one area we say there's no lot lines, but we need a variance for a lot to be less than 60 feet.
Right.
And the other side, we say, well, there actually really isn't any lots here, right? It's how the management company divvies up their entire parcel. So if there's no lots, the variance, to me, that we were talking about earlier is a moot point, and it's about what we're talking here regarding how you interpret or negotiate and who's responsible for maintaining all of those distances.
It very well could be, had the interpretation come first before the variance request, a lot of this probably could have been efficiently addressed. But because the variance came in, two of them, we have no choice, you got to send it to the county, and
I get that, but the basis for the stop work can change. That's a code enforcement thing. If code enforcement changed their mind, or there was new evidence that brought to light that, oh, a variance isn't really required, you would rescind the stop work if that was the only thing that was holding it up, right? I mean, we've had cases like that before, where we've found new evidence and found new reasoning, and code enforcement has gone back and, extended a permit or relieved the stop work or something like that when we kind of get together and discuss.
it doesn't need a variance because the code says it needs to be 60 feet.
What
frontage.
does? What does? Again, that's the point, is you keep saying,
It's tough.
if there's
It's
no
tough. We
lot.
do this in our
if There's really
communities
no
all the
lot
time.
line,
You know-
then what's the basis for it?
Right.
That's the discussion we're having here.
Where is the section of the code that says that lot needs to be a minimum 60 feet frontage?
138.6 lot and setback requirements.
So we're dealing with lots then. These are all lots,
The frontage,
right?
it needs to have 60 feet of frontage. The lot that's up
The
on the
lot-
screen,
Right, so
I
whether
know.
it's a side setback, it's a lot line, it's still a lot then.
Well, it's not a side setback. It's in lieu of a side setback.
right. In lieu of mean instead of.
Right.
Sure.
Okay, so the frontage requirement is 60 feet. The diagram that's up on the screen
Right.
is
54.
measured frontage of 54.
Right.
Therefore, it doesn't comply with the code, and a variance is required.
That might have a mistake, because it says the lot's 54, and then doesn't it say the house is 54? Down to bottom?
No, the house is 26 and change.
The current house that's on there is 26. Their diagram there says 22 by 55.
Well, what's 54?
That's
The usable
yeah,
lot,
the
usable
usable lot.
space.
It's the frontage. Let's try and, I know, you want to call it, it's so tempting to call it a lot. It's the
Because the code
frontage.
calls it a lot.
Frontage, yes.
I'm sorry, we could all read it, the code calls it a lot.
But these notes are going to be a lot of pages.
Okay.
So I just have a question in regards to the interpretation request. When we're looking at the side yard setback in section B, it says in lieu of a setback from the side lot line, there shall be a minimum of 5 feet separating all structures, and then it says on each lot. So is the question, does it need to be 10 feet, 5, or just 5 feet between someone's house, someone's house and
Structure to
somebody's
structure.
stair?
Right, that's what we were
That's
talking
the
about
question.
earlier.
That's what we're.
We were saying earlier, is that I have to be 5 feet from my own stuff, but I've got to be 10 feet from your stuff
So
or larger.
is that where the 10-foot, you're trying to get the, if you're saying that if it is 10 feet, can I measure that line diagonally?
No, he's saying if it's from a structure, he's 11 feet away from it.
No problem.
Right, so if you go by the code, he's saying he's 11 feet away from your house, right? Because,
Before the stairs.
no, with the
Stop.
stairs.
I'm sorry.
With the
I have to,
stairs,
one person at a time, and they have the floor. You will, I promise you'll have a chance.
so with the stairs,
It'll be midnight by the time we go.
he is 11 feet, 2 inches from the corner of your garage. He's 6 foot, 8 inches from this mythical lot line we're all talking about, right? So if you go laterally, it's 6 foot 8 from your driveway, the lot line. In the corner of your garage, it's 11 feet, 8 inches.
Rick had said he thinks the diagonal thing is ridiculous. He measures straight, we don't do diagonal.
That's why we're
If
here.
you're, well, you do diagonals, if you're measuring, if you have if you put a shed in your backyard and you need to know how far your shed is from your house, or you measure from the closest point of your shed. If your shed was at an angle, you would have to measure from the corner of the shed, which would be the closest point of the shed to your house. And that's kind of what's going on here, right, is the corner of those stairs, if you drew a circle around it, the closest point to touching your house would be 11 feet, 8 inches. But to your point, if you just go straight to the lot, it's 6 feet, 8. The code is we're all discussing and debating up here, talks about how it has to be on the same lot, at least, 5 feet away from another structure. And we're trying to understand is, all right, well, how far does that mean my structure has to be from your structure? And that's kind of where we're at. But right now, my structure from, the two structures are over 10 feet apart. Because there's nothing here that says it has to be so far from your lot line. Because it says in lieu of a side setback, your structures are where we're really measuring the distance from, right? And that's kind of where, it's new ground for us because it's somewhat unique. It's a section of the code that we don't debate and go through all the time. But that's kind of what we're up here talking about is that if there really is no, in lieu of a side setback, a line, it really comes down to how far the structures are from each other, period.
Driveways in the structure.
No.
Please, I will give you a chance. Let them finish, and once they leave, then we'll have other people address comments. All right. Oh, do you have anything else you want to add? Because there's a few people that want to speak here.
I've got a drawing of the current location of everything. You gave it to them? Okay.
They have it.
All right. I just want to make sure you guys had that, so I'm all set.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
All right, so I'm sorry to point, but you were first. You had a question?
Me?
No, sorry. I don't know who's in what order, but if you don't want to, then come on up.
I just wanted to ask you, when you were talking about whether or not, you were saying that once it goes to the planning board, you can't have it back?
Oh, that's what he said.
For the variance?
So there's the thing, it's on its, his point is very well said. It's on its way to the county. It's on its way to coming back to be reviewed in March. But if between now and March, let's say tomorrow, we find some new evidence that, you know what, this is actually pre-existing non-conforming, or it was actually approved this way back in 1985, and we're all good, he would then have what he needs, I would think, to allow the project to continue to move forward. In parallel, there's going to be a variance that gets discussed and debated, and it comes back here, and we probably don't vote on it, or we vote on it, but it then becomes a moot point. The variance becomes a moot point, and it's overcome by events. It's overcome by new information that, hey, back in 1985, all these lot lines were approved, because it sounds like to me there's going to be 98 more homes in front of us as people start picking things apart and measuring lot lines. And so it just doesn't feel right to me that that someone before us hasn't encountered this and kind of fixed it, approved it, or predates the code that says 60 feet or something to that effect. It just feels to me like there's a simpler answer for the front, the 60-foot issue here.
I just think it sounds like a simple answer to my prayers, because there's a difference, I just want to comment on this, there's a difference between being against or for the variance and being, wanting to help the people who are stuck in limbo right now.
Sure. I have to, I'm sorry, I have to interrupt you. I apologize for it. We're not talking about variances right now.
Right.
We are talking about, the board is in charge with interpreting what that section of the code is. Now, if, based on our interpretation, if that clears up issues going down the line for the two variances, I can't answer that question. It might not, but these are common questions. We're spinning our wheels a bit with, you're frustrated. I understand that. You want answers. I understand that. We're not going to be able to give anyone a definitive answer on those two variances, so we have to leave that off to the side.
My comment, my question wasn't to everyone here, it was really to code enforcement to say, hey, can we dig a little deeper, because it sounds like the real issue is there's 100 homes that for some reason all need a variance in Gypsum Mills, and it just doesn't sound right. It just doesn't seem right. And it could be, you might come back and say, you know what, there's 100 homes, and again, I'm not asking
Matt,
for
there's,
addresses.
that's her word, I'm not saying she's wrong, but there's no line, do you understand? There's no line to start measuring off of.
So then why
I
are we
can
making these
favor
guys go through
this
variances
lot.
then? So that's my point.
Right.
Right? Whenever we can show if we get the email wrong, or we do stuff like that all the time, not all the time. When we make mistakes, we then make things right by the applicants. And we always are when it's a gray area, we generally weigh in support of the applicant. And here we talk about, oh, there's really no lines. Well, we're going to make them go through 2 months to then just find out, oh, there's really no lines.
Because as a phrase is.
No, it's because of stop work order.
Let me finish a little bit. The barn doors are open, the animals are out. That property known as 6249, we now have information, 54 feet of frontage. We have to deal with it.
He just said you can't measure the lines.
I'm talking about verifying how many other lots exist like that. You keep throwing out
Go
that
and measure
number.
them all.
You're using it.
I'm just saying, I just would like us to look while we're waiting for March to see if something was done as, if this was just all approved as is in a site plan, and there really is no need for a variance. It just feels like that.
The site plans were gone through. There was no note or anything that differentiates from what the code.
But when it talks about distances, so does the site plan show a 54-foot lot?
It doesn't divide it out. It doesn't divide out each lot. It shows one parcel of land.
They made the lots.
Understood. So,
I see you.
I don't know.
I won't forget.
And I'm just thinking, I just said to my husband, I don't think our shed is legally where it belongs. I think it's closer than 5 feet, so.
We're not.
I'm just saying, there are plenty of things that are probably.
We
important
understand.
nobody
We
checked.
absolutely understand that.
if the lot lines
Please,
are
we're-
arbitrary.
it's 20 minutes to 11.
Oh, trust me, I live over an hour away from here. I'm in Wyoming County. I know that.
So if you could, please be brief.
All right, this gentleman, Steve Myers, who has already spoken, actually emailed me an engineering print of the entire park, which I have, which I would be glad to share via email to whoever would like to see it. If you take a good look at this park layout, and they're not labeled each lot size specifically, the lots in question are exactly the same as most of the others. The only lots in question that are different sizes, if we're calling them lots, are corner lots or ones and around. All of the straight lots are identical, every single one, within this park. And this is from an engineer, I'm just saying. So I'm not understanding why we're in a variant situation either, but.
Please, people, we are not talking about a variance at this particular moment. That was 45 minutes ago.
Understood.
I don't think you do, with all due respect. We're talking
kinda do.
about We are talking about interpreting this section of the code. If
Okay.
you want to send that to us, send it to Planning Department, it'll get to us, we will gladly take a look at it. But I'm
Okay.
trying so hard to keep everybody on track. Right now, we're just talking about interpreting that section of the code. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Who is next? I'm sorry, we're jumping online, but go ahead.
Mine's short. Again, we are identified as our address and also a lot. I'm 6268 Murphy Drive, lot 660. Throwing fuel for the fire, I guess, but, and then also on 6249, if you go look at on the gutters, they've painted it the width of the lot. So if it's not a lot, why would they paint? It looks like the width of the lot.
Let me ask you a quick question then. Did you get title insurance for that piece of property that you're on?
No.
Okay.
But if I was commercial.
I'm sorry, the
Okay.
answer's pretty clear
Right.
then.
But I still have use of my lot.
Because you rent it.
Right, I'm
You have
renting my
rights as a
lot,
renter, not
correct.
as an owner.
Right, but I just wanted to show we are identified as a lot.
That's
all.
It can be identified as an orange.
All right, it's an orange lot.
Okay, right,
No,
but
no,
it's.
Okay, that's all. I just
We're
wanted to
back
put that
into the
out there.
variance piece, where we need to stick to the interpretation, okay? Who else would like to speak? Please, come on up.
Bill Stanley, 6369 Kim's Drive. I would take my interpretation of the lot line, as we call it, with being 5 feet or 10 feet away from a structure. If you're looking at the stairs, the corner going to the garage as being 11 foot, that's all hunky-dory. But as the homeowner in the driveway side, if I decided to put up a carport, will I have to get a variance?
We're back to variances.
That's-
Sorry,
that's-
I understand the dilemma.
And I understand too, if they put the stairs out in the driveway there, hope they don't have to plow the driveway because all the snow's got in their stairs.
You had your hand up, did you want to say something? You're all set, okay. I'm sorry, I had cut you up, you're all set? Okay. Anyone else? We're good, okay.
Are we able to, or is there some sort of follow-up procedure in hopes of following what you're saying and getting
Talk to
that
that guy
stop
when he's-
order, and then somehow our homeowners can have hope of getting somewhere within 2 months? Is that something that is able to be talked about?
If we find information.
Yeah.
We would let you know as soon as possible.
Okay, so we'll at least look into that.
Yes.
Okay. So, if there's no other public comments on what we're charged with, I know we've heard from Matt. Alexis, did you have thoughts about what that section of the code means and how you interpret that?
I think the real question is on each lot, because 5 feet separating all structures would seem to me that it's got to be 5 feet from the last thing that was built on the one home to the next home, no matter what that direction is. But if it's on each lot, then there needs to be 10 feet in between whatever structure was on the last home to 10 feet to the next home. But I think the real question is on each lot. If we're looking at 5 feet versus 10 feet.
And to be honest, it, in this case, doesn't necessarily matter because he's at 11.8, right? He's over 10. That was his point, is whether it's 5 or 10, he's at 11. That's all. And then if there is no side lot line, that's, right to their point, they're saying, well, look, this is 6 feet 8 inches. It's less than 10, less than this, but we're saying, no, this doesn't, the code doesn't allow us to measure it this way. We have to measure it this way.
Your driveway is not a structure, so even if you're, let's say, less than 5 feet from said stairs to the driveway, that doesn't count as a structure.
you would need to measure to the next structure, and that would be the furthest point out on the garage.
I'm hearing the question, and I'm also listening to what Matt is saying on where is the measurement from? And I think we're in somewhat of an agreement here on to figure out where the side setback is. Well, it's instead of a side setback, you measure from the structure itself, and there shall be a minimum of 5 feet separating all structures. So where did the 10 feet separation come from?
I think it means the
Where-
10 feet comes from on each lot. So is it 5 feet between 5 and 5 on 5 feet between the one home with the land and then another 5 feet?
To your point earlier, Matt, to figure out what else can you put on that rented property, because normally what you would do is you look for the sides and the rear front setbacks to figure out, for example, where can I put a shed? How close to the rear?
Right.
How close to the side can I get?
Right, because if we say there's no side, for example, they could put a shed in their driveway, and it would be 5 feet away from the house in any structure, right?
Right, but then,
In
in theory, you'd be
in
encroaching
theory.
onto somebody else's rented property.
Rented property, but it's not a town issue, it's a management issue.
Management, it's a legal question.
Right.
That's something hopefully that,
But it's not something that you would need a variance for.
right.
Okay.
I think too, I mean, if it said 5 feet separate, it doesn't say 5 feet separating all lots, it says 5 feet separating all structures. But even if you take into account, let's say, you have to have 5 feet on each side of each structure because they're different lots, you've got to have then at least 10 feet. They're saying they've got 11
feet.
11 feet.
So they're,
So even if you're going with like the most conservative reading of it, saying it's got to be 10 feet, because you're dealing with two different lots.
or even if you said it had to be 5 feet from the lot line, they're at 6 feet 8
They're at-
inches.
yeah.
It's,
Right. So if there's, hold on one second, please. I'll promise, I'll get to you. If those stairs are right on this, if you will, a fictitious line that the homeowner rents the property on, and provided that that set of stairs is still 10 feet away, they certainly can do that.
again, if the,
So let's say you have renter of Murphy's Drive 1000, and their stairs are right on the frontage line, if you drew a line back, right on the frontage line, and they're still 10 feet plus away from their neighboring home. They don't need variance for that. They're in compliance.
right.
So if you built these stairs, how many feet would be in between, the side of the stairs to the frontage line? You don't know where it is yet.
That answer, I'm sorry.
I think that might be one of the issue there.
Right, once the house is there, and the measurements are taken, I think your point's well taken, next question is, where does that next house
Yeah.
go?
It might be 11 feet here, but
Well, the one thing that's not shown here is the lot line, right?
Yeah.
Right. The 54 feet actually is right. I don't know how much is, how the distance of each one of these squares here, but it's not to scale, okay.
Just a rough drawing that I made up.
Yeah.
I can't hear you all the way over there.
That diagram's not the square. When I went out there to make those, get the measurements and stuff for the inspector, I went off the diagram that was given to me by the park just prior to going out and doing this. I kind of just took off of their diagram of where they say the lot line was and just kind of marked it on that map that you guys have currently.
So you think, for all general purposes, you believe you're kind of almost right in the middle of the lot?
Yes.
A little over because you've got the driveway.
Yes.
But this particular one, you're in the middle of the lot and there's, call it 3 feet on either end, that if it was a 60-foot wide lot, it would normally be.
Yes.
But Mike's saying is, even if it's 11 feet here, it's got to be 5 on one side and 5 on the other. It can't be all 8 are on this neighboring property, on their lot.
It all depends on.
3 is on
It all
this
depends on how you interpret it, because it says in lieu of that side setback line, there should be a minimum of 5 feet separating all structures on each
lot.
on each lot, right? And the on each lot is what we're talking about. So if you got one end that says it's 5 and the other end that says, well, you could also see a world where it's 10, both of which this is compliant to.
Where does the measurement, the frontage measurement, is it just picked out of the air? All of a sudden you figure out how do you know it's 54, not 57, or it's not 60?
That I don't. I'm just going off of what was given to me.
You know the answer to that?
Where did 54 come from?
Each lot was mapped out like
I need you in the microphone.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I didn't draw that. Each lot was drawn as they were put into the community. So every single, oh, are you okay? Yep. Every single lot has a drawing just like that, that says, okay, this is the size it is, and this is, the frontage it has, this is what it is. Every single one had that. This is the
You don't
first time
know-
we've had any issues of a home
You
being
don't know
placed.
who drew it, where it came from?
No, I don't, no.
Since we're going to be back here in March, that would be helpful information on where did it come from. And I know, send it, I see you, but somebody, some group decided that some of those rectangles, whatever shape that they are, mark them as having less than 60 feet of frontage.
This document's so full of lot references, I don't see how it could hold up without having a survey of it somewhere when they put it in.
A survey is only going to help you if there are formal lot lines. There are no formal lot lines.
It's not like a tax map. Each one doesn't have its own, right?
Listen.
Tax, it's one big
And all
lot,
the dimensions
and they
on
manage the
here,
line.
though?
You could change the lines tomorrow,
When this says so much
based on
from the
whatever
lot
agreement you
line,
have, but
doesn't mean
in
anything.
general, lot lines are
lieu
drawn
of-
by you.
Yeah. So in general, with the placement of a new manufactured home, whoever's putting in the manufactured home measures 10 feet away from the structure as a straight line, 10 feet, and that means that the first structure of the new home needs to be 10 feet away from the home here. Right now, if the porch that they're saying that they're going to put in, their porch is going to touch the neighbor's bushes that's outside their home. So it's very close. They won't even be able to fit a lawnmower in to be able to mow their own lawn. So that is the issue now with the closeness of the homes. We've not, like I said, we've never had this issue because usually the design first is,
That's your
10 feet.
issue to negotiate and discuss with them, right? I mean, you've.
yes, I've
right?
already
You're
stated
working with
they were
Cook and
too
you're working with them. I
close.
mean, it's not a town.
No, when I went and saw the home placed, I told them that it was all too close.
Okay.
Yeah, they told me that they don't care what I say, they're not moving the home. So,
I don't see a way to end this.
are you the person that spoke to me on the phone
Oh,
today?
stop. No, I'm sorry.
No, I know, I'm just saying,
Hold
I'm
on,
just,
hold on. I
yeah.
have to interrupt. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine.
It's impermissible to have conversations.
that's fine.
You can ask us questions. If we deem it
That's fine.
appropriate, we can ask him questions.
That's fine.
So, go ahead, continue.
I'm just saying, like, I never would have come to court, I never would have asked for a variance. Rick told us we were required to put in a variance, so that's the only reason I did. We've never had to put in a variance before, and the placement of a home, like I said, we've never had problems with the placement of a home before either, because when the person comes in to place the home, the company, understands it's 10 feet away, so they measure the 10 feet and understand any structure needs to be not like this, corner-wise, it's 10 feet. They get 10 feet in between the two homes, the structures, so.
But if you measured it that way, he'd be farther.
So withdrawing the variance.
If he measured it that way, he would be farther.
Depending on where the
No, it's right here.
frontage line is, so.
No, from the house, he'd be farther from the,
What do you mean farther from it? I guess I'm not understanding.
farther,
So where is that 11 feet?
so the closest point, here, come on up front.
Okay, sure.
Here's the corner of the stairs, here's the garage. The closest point to the garage is a straight line to it from the corner, 11 feet.
So I get that
There's no structure here.
Yeah, I don't really know that that's, I don't know that this is accurate, I can't tell you. I know I went out and I know this measurement is correct. It's 10 feet, 8 inches, this.
Okay.
But normally, I'm saying in normality, when the company comes to do a house, they start here.
Sorry, it's time, I need to stop you. We can't hear you, you gotta go back over there, all right? We can't do that. Thank you.
Sorry. Okay, so the drawing that, I'm just gonna say, I don't know that this is accurate, so I'm not gonna say it is. But here's the home that they have, so they know this house is here, and they know this house is here. In normality, when a house is placed, they come and they measure from whatever the very outside edge of this home is, and they go 10 feet. And they know, this is where, this 10 feet in is where the first thing I'm gonna build is, whether it's a porch or a sidewalk or anything, it's 10 feet. There's 10 feet in between there. And they go this, 10 feet. So that's why I think that the 60 feet has never come into subject, because they make sure that they're planning correctly for the 10 feet.
But you're saying the 10 feet shouldn't be from house to house, it should be from the house to the stairs.
It should, yes,
It's the
the
stairs.
structure of the stairs, so it needs to be 10 feet, so.
Although the stairs aren't parallel to the structure, you can see the stairs are much forward of the
Yeah,
structure.
I get that, but it's just that's
If the
just,
stairs were 5 feet closer to the street, would it still have to be 10 feet?
right now, the stairs, as of right now, if they're placed, they're not, if you want to talk about lots, they're not on this lot. The edge of them would be on the other person's lot, so.
Which of them would be on the,
I'm sorry, you gotta go to the microphone and then ask the question.
Yep, so the side of the stairs, if they're putting in those stairs would be on the residence next door. That would be on their
then
technical
something's not
lot.
right, because if they're 10 feet 8 from house to house,
Right.
and the lot line, or this invisible lot line we all keep talking about,
Right.
is about halfway, they shouldn't be on that. They should be on their own line, according to everything we've talked about. If the stairs only go out 4 feet from the
Well,
house, and there's 10 feet 8 to the other house,
It would be, they would, I guess, okay, so they would be right on the lot line, and they're
it'd be
supposed
a
to be
couple feet
5.
short of it.
They're supposed to be 5 feet away from the lot line.
But where does it say that? That's what we're talking about here, is
In the.
the
Yeah, that's-
code doesn't say
yeah.
5 feet from the lot line.
I don't know, that's
Yeah,
just
the
the
code
standard of
says-
insulation, so I don't know.
But when you refer to that, we have the code.
Yeah.
And whether it's an industry standard or something, it doesn't help us here.
Yeah, I
Code
get,
says unfortunately, this is building to building on a lot is 5 feet. So we can interpret it, well, does that really mean 10, 5 to a lot, and 10 between buildings like we have here? Or is it really 5? That's the conundrum. If that deck were 5 feet even closer to the road, you wouldn't have them make that deck 10 feet from the driveway, right?
no, we don't measure from the driveway, just from the
No, but
side of the
in
home.
here, the driveway and the garage are
Oh, okay.
contiguous, right?
Sorry.
So you're drawing some kind of lot line, right? Because you have a lot line that you manage, and you can move arbitrarily. It's not a lot line that's, like Mike was explaining, it's not like a tax parcel that
Correct.
is immovable.
Correct.
And it, so the code says in lieu of us not having a lot line, because there isn't a lot line, that the buildings have to be 5 or, let's just say 10,
10, yeah.
5 or 10 feet apart, 5 feet apart on the same lot. Is what we're saying, because we're not going from a lot line, because to Mike's point, it's your lot line, it's not our lot line.
Correct.
And just like the 54 foot of frontage also seems very subjective to me. But it's your parcel, it's yours to divvy up. I don't know what else to say to that.
That's ours, yeah. When the land is leased, you're leasing 60 feet or 54 for this?
Basically, when people move in, we let them know basically we say, this is your lot line, this is your lot line, if they have a question about that. In general, we run by, like the electric pedestals, there it is saying that they're inside. It was only to show that there is an electric pedestal on that side. It's not saying both of them are on that side. Every lot has that little picture. It's just to let them know there are two, and the one on that side belongs to that home. Just that little drawing is only trying to say that is there. It's not saying it is in the correct space. So you can, in every lot, you can basically see that pedestal where it is, and that if you go by, it's like that, where there are meters on this side, there are meters on this side, and the pole is basically the lot line, if you come back. So that's, generally speaking, that's the line that we use for the one side, that's where the electrical pedestal is, that's the one side where the lot line is. And then on the other side, it's a general thing where we figured out, like, one resident mentioned a tree, so each resident has a tree. So where the tree is, there it is, and the lot line is just on the other side of that tree, so that people understand, here's your lot line, here's your tree, here's your pedestal, here's your lines, this is where you need to mow. So that's generally what's explained to them when they come into the
So if my
park.
lot is smaller than his lot, do I get less rent? Do I have to pay less of?
Nope. Lot rent's the same for absolutely everybody in the entire park.
So, I think in terms of the actual interpretation here, if we're thinking about this we keep comparing it to traditional homes, which is a little bit hard to do, especially with mobile homes, but I think you'd say, it has to be 5, if I have a house, I own the house, I own the land. The 5 feet has to be between my structure and my property line. And if I want to build a shed in my backyard, according to this, even though it's meant for mobile homes, I would have to have my shed at least 5 feet away from the closest part of my structure. If I want to put it in my backyard, it's got to be at least 5 feet from my house in the back. But when we're dealing with two neighbors, it's got to be 5 feet from, in this case, the stairs to the property line, comparing it to a traditional home, and 5 feet from that property line to your house. So it has to be 10 feet.
That's the question. Does this code at 138-6 as a whole mean that the measurement taken between the two structures need to be a minimum of 10 feet?
Yeah.
I think, go ahead, Adam.
I think where the interpretation request was coming from was in a traditional, if you had a traditional parcel with a real hard lot line, you would measure the setback perpendicularly to that lot line, not at a diagonal. And I think that's why when you read the code, it just says from structure to structure, which I would also agree would mean nearest point to nearest point. But it wasn't unanimous that that's how the code should be determined.
Well, because the part that says
Which is
on
why
the
it's
lot.
coming before the zoning board for interpretation.
Is there any occasion anywhere else in the code that says that measuring whether it be to rear, front, side, structure, however measurements are taken, when it specifically to structures, you go diagonally as opposed to what you're calling traditional perpendicular.
Not that I'm aware of.
Look, he's just, there is no diagonal here. He's just measuring from the closest point to a closest point. It may be, at some point, it's perpendicular based on the structures, but it's just saying the buildings can't be any closer than 5 feet. But the question is 5 feet on a lot, and that's what we were talking about, is if it's 5 feet on a lot, okay, so my shed's gotta be 5 feet from my house on my lot. How far does my shed have to be from your lot, from your structure?
Right. And if the question before us for the interpretation is, can whomever measure diagonally, there's nothing in this section of the code says you can do that.
What do you mean? It just says the buildings have to, it says the structures have to be 5 feet apart.
But nowhere else.
The diagonal doesn't exist.
He's asking us, either he's asking us, what's the distance between the two structures? But there is a question here is, can I measure it diagonally?
He has to, it's the closest between.
Right. How he measures it.
How would I
is-
measure these two?
How he measures
How far
it
this piece of paper is from
not
this
our
piece of paper?
problem.
I'd have to go to two closest points. Now, if they were like this, of course, it'd be perpendicular, but if I want to measure between these two structures right here, the closest, I can't measure perpendicularly, I guess, is like this if you turn your head, right? It's just the closest between 2 points. It's
On that specific case.
and all of them, it's all straight. It's just how you're just measuring, you're taking the two closest points and you're drawing a straight line. There's no curve. It's just saying that's how close they have to be together. We measure from the corner of, houses and foundations and things all the time. It's normally to a lot line, to your point. And it's normally, when the lot lines are square, it's the closest point is perpendicular. If the lot happened to be, an awkward angle or something like that, it wouldn't be perpendicular. It would be to.
You're giving a very specific answer that the variable requires, or the answer requires, that the measurement is diagonal. That's not really what he's asking. Can a measurement be taken diagonally between structures? On any case, so if you have this, where they're square with each other, can he take a measurement from one corner?
That's not what he's asking. That's not what he's asking.
And
I
be
mean,
specific.
That's not what he's asking.
And we need to be clear, stop, let me finish, please. Then it needs to be abundantly clear about what the question is. Because if you're assuming that it's the closest point diagonally, then it needs to be clear that that's how you measure it. It's the closest.
The closest point, forget the word diagonal. Is it measuring it by the closest point of two structures? It could be diagonal, it could be perpendicular, could be something I haven't even thought of.
And if we come to the point of interpreting this, the word diagonally needs to be taken out of.
Agree, take it out.
That's what I'm getting at.
I think, like you said, there's, diagonal isn't mentioned here, but that's kind of the point. They're not saying you can't do it diagonally, but they're not saying.
Nearest point to nearest point
Nearest
would be
point
better.
to nearest point.
That's how it is.
Right.
That's right.
That's the way the code's written.
That's right.
Well, the
It's
code
not
just
written
says-
that way. It says from structure to structure, so.
There'll be a minimum of 5
I don't
feet
see the word
separating all
diagonal.
structures.
Right.
So the code doesn't have to get detailed into whether it's diagonal or perpendicular. It says the closest those two things can be are 5 feet. The corner, the side, however the shape is, 5 on a lot.
5 between each lot, though, would be 10.
If that's the way we want to interpret it. Either way, he's okay in this drawing, if it's accurate.
But I think the thing is too, like you had the paper up, right? What's that? Gotta be, let's say the imaginary line is here.
No, there's
Gotta
no
be
line. There's no
5
line.
feet here and 5 feet
No,
here.
but there's no line. That's the
There's
whole
a
point.
frontage line.
There
There's
is
a
no
lot
line. It says in lieu. So
When
that's
you-
the whole point.
Yeah, but
In,
they're not
that's the
putting the
debate.
house right up to the lot line.
In lieu of a setback from its side lot line.
Yeah.
So forget the side lot line. They got to be either 5 or 10 feet apart. That's what we're trying to discuss, right? You could go by the extremely conservative area and say, no, it just says 5 feet between buildings on a lot. And then you have to determine, does on a lot mean
Are we?
interlots?
Are we in agreement then that this section, taken as a whole, that the measurement between the two structures is 10 feet closest point? It might be diagonal, it might be
In between
perpendicular.
lots? Yes.
Yeah.
But
On the
that-
same lot, it's 5.
But that 5 has to be on one lot and 5 has to be on another. It can't be
Yeah.
7 feet on my neighbor's house
I don't know
and 3
about-
feet on mine.
I don't know if I agree with that, because it specifically says in lieu of a setback from its side lot line. So it's saying, forget about the side lot line, because it's not a line that the town manages or controls. The town is just trying to make sure that the
Yeah.
buildings are 10 feet apart.
But then it says on each lot.
No, 5 feet on each lot. And then we agreed, okay, that extends to 10 feet between lots. Right?
I would say it's gotta be 5 feet on one lot, 5 feet on. Doesn't matter how the line gets drawn, but it's gotta be 5 feet on one, 5 feet on the other.
I understand that's what you're saying, it's just, that's just not how I interpret it, that's all.
I think the diagonal issue though
There is
isn't a
no,
problem because it doesn't specifically say you cannot measure diagonally.
there is no diagonal, it's just your.
Closest
your
point.
Closest point,
to
it's,
structure.
if you're looking at it from over here, it's perpendicular
Yeah.
to corner. So the word diagonal is, let's all just remove that from our,
Well, the diagonal didn't
vocabulary
come
for
off
right now.
this paper anyway.
No, the
it's the
question
closest point,
came
the closest
from
point.
the applicant. Okay, so are we ready then to create a resolution regarding our interpretation of 138-6 was specific to structures that there needs to be a minimum of 10 feet for the side setbacks?
From one lot to another lot. Yeah. It's 5 if it's on the same lot. It's 5 if it's my shed in my house, but it's 10 if it's my shed in my neighbor's house.
As I understand, the question is, what is the minimum distance between two structures that are on two separate, I don't want to call them parcels, they're not,
Code calls them lots, call them lots.
okay, lots,
Take your attorney out of it.
okay?
So on this lot, it's 5, but between lots, and 10.
Right, there needs to be a minimum of 10 feet,
From structure to structure,
structure to structure,
from one lot to another.
two separate structures on two separate tenants that own those structures.
Yes,
There needs to be a minimum of 10 feet,
yes.
right? And there needs to be 5 feet from their,
From your own structures.
from your own structures.
Accessory structures has its own section in the manufactured home code. So that clearly depicts it. It's 138-6E, so I don't think you need to get,
Well, it's accessory buildings, yeah.
Okay,
yeah, accessory buildings, yeah.
all right, so is that sufficient then for the question presented and how we're interpreting 138-6? You're good with that, Alexis?
Did you have the ADU? Mobile home?
Sounds good to me. While we're waiting.
Okay.
Five feet again. It takes it out for ADUs into a separate section, but it still says 5 feet, so I think that's what they were trying to apply here.
What are you reading?
Say that again, in what section?
Right, this is a section here. The auxiliary structure shall be separated from any manufactured home or any auxiliary structure to any other manufactured home by 5 feet. Accessory structures are not subject to setback requirements of this section. So that's if you wanted to put like a shed in your backyard of your mobile home.
It has to be 5 feet from your house, and it has to be 5 feet from,
Be right on the lot line, but it has to be 5 feet from other
So we're good, or do I need to repeat all that again? Do you have enough information? Fred, you're good with
Yep.
the measurements being minimum of 10 feet? It's a lot.
Lot line doesn't have any bearing on it. No lot line.
Right, you're good with that, Matt? Alexis, you're good with that?
The lot line does have a bearing.
where does it say the
I
lot
see
line?
where
There's
you're
no
coming
bear,
from.
there is no lot line.
Yeah.
In lieu of the lot line, it says that they
No
have
lot
to
line.
be 5 feet on each lot, and then we're kind of interpreting 10 feet between lots. Your stuff's gotta be 10 feet away from my stuff. But my stuff's only gotta be 5 feet away from my stuff.
Yeah, but your stuff has to be 5 feet away from your lot line.
No.
And 5 feet
No.
from my.
No,
and
that's,
my stuff should be
that's
5
not,
feet.
no, but that's not what it says. It says in lieu of the lot line, my stuff's 5 feet from my stuff, and it's 10 feet from your stuff.
So I think
In
if
lieu of the
you,
lot line.
because there is no side lot line to measure from, the only way you really can keep a distance pursuant to the code is to then say it needs to be 10 feet.
Right, it needs to be so
Where-
far.
where-
from
Wherever
your
that lands, if it, even if you take a right angle from frontage and draw this fictitious line back, it's not going to do any good, because it doesn't mean anything. The code doesn't allow you to use that line. It doesn't exist. The only lines that really exist is that frontage, and that's what triggers, or had triggered, the need for those variances. So to account for the side lot line, in lieu of the side lot line, you need to keep a safe distance, presumably it's a safe distance, the reason, of 10 feet between those two.
Yeah. I agree with the
mobile
10
homes.
feet. I just think 5 has to be on one, 5 has to be on the other.
You might think that, but it doesn't say that. That's all. It might be good practice,
But I think
and it might be
when
fair,
it says
but it just
on
doesn't
each
say
lot,
that.
It says each lot.
It says 5 feet on
Like
each
if I put
lot.
a shed, let's say, I put a shed an inch away from my neighbor, from my property line with my neighbor, and I have to have my shed 10 feet from my, the next structure. Why is only 1 inch on over my property line, and the rest of the inches and feet?
You can't put it there.
Well, no, that's for
their
you to,
property
that's
line.
for you to debate with your neighbor and the owner of the lot line sitting over there all by herself. Because it's not a line that the town identifies and regulates to. The town is just making sure that the buildings are a certain amount of distance apart, and that the lines are arbitrary lines. They could move the lines tomorrow, right? It's not like a parcel line. I think that's the reason for that code, is because we're not in control of the lot lines. It doesn't go through any of our review processes if they want to change them. But we can at least ensure that the buildings are sufficient distance apart. So yeah, if you get to your lot line first at 1 inch, then you just blocked off 9 feet from your neighbor to use it. It is what it is. Probably another 100 cases like that.
I just don't know if that was the intention. I mean, we don't
Okay,
have
well-
to all agree on.
No, we
it.
don't.
No,
No, we
we
don't.
don't have
We
to.
don't.
No.
No, we don't. So that the motion will be that as we are interpreting the code, that the measurement is taken from structure to structure, needs to be a minimum of 10 feet. And I know B has been earmarked, but collectively as a whole, code dictates that it has to be a minimum of 10 feet from structure to structure
On separate lots.
on separate lots. And the 5 feet is.
Within the lot.
Yep. Okay? So, want to bring that motion?
I motion for what he just said. Yeah, yes, I motion that we interpret the code 138-6B, meaning that the 5-foot separation between structures is from the closest point of those structures together and is 5 feet on a lot and is 10 feet from in between lots.
I would,
From
I
lot
would,
to lot.
I would ask and prefer, it's the interpretation of the entire, as a whole of 138-6. So that would be all those sections. I think you have to look at it as a
Yes.
whole. Because if you take B,
Okay.
it's going to get confusing.
Agree.
Okay? Fred, second that? All
I'll
right,
second
all,
that.
all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
You? Okay. Thank you.
They're gonna send the variance off, so.
No, so.
Wait, where are you getting that from? Whoa, 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 where are you getting that from? Sorry.
No, so what we're saying is that if all these are correct, then it can be placed there. You still have a front, you still have a 60-foot issue. So nothing can move or be built until A, something happens in March, or B, some new finding comes up and you're able to convince the code enforcement officer that this was overcome by events because it was approved back then, or something has changed, if there's some new information. And so that's kind of the fact-finding mission you had talked about. And whether you seek counsel to help you find it, which is what I would recommend, or you work with the code enforcement officer to try to see if, again, there's something in the past that has approved these lots as they are. Don't know.
You
I can't
have
vouch for it.
two, going back to the two variances, there are two parcels with frontage issues that don't comply with the code. Those two variances have gone to the county. We can't do anything until the county comes back with their comments. So please don't assume that the stop work order on those two parcels has been lifted. All right?
Taking what he said on the email, and tell you, we'll speak tomorrow. He said, unless our favor.
Yes, please don't lift, or don't begin work until the code officer has removed the stop work order.
There's a business card on the back table.
Thanks so much for
I was
everyone's
just
time.
getting started.
I don't know where my stuff is anymore.
All right, you want a motion to adjourn?
No, we can't.
What do we do? We got one more?
Got one more. High Points.
Well, I picked the wrong day to have
Yep,
to be
yep,
at the
yep,
airport
yep.
at 5:30. I'm pegged it.
Thanks so much for your patience. I appreciate it.
You okay? You just want to take a 2-minute break?
Yeah, 2 minutes. Just let them.
Just stand up. I was wondering why you were still here. I didn't look far.
What is it?
Ooh, big one.
Meeting still on?
Yes, we have one more application.
Yeah, we have one more.
I
We're
got
just
one.
taking a bio break.
I think, yeah, it looks like a couple people need a.
Yeah, just 2 minutes. We'll get right back into it, and so I know everyone want to go home.
I'll be like 10 years ago.
No, this is the latest we've ever been.
No, like 10 or 15 years ago, maybe it's when we were in the when they were building the town hall. We used to, we wouldn't get out earlier than 10 for whatever reason.
I got water.
It was, there was a lot more development going on 10, 15 years ago.
I used to have one midnight plus.
Yeah. Yeah. This is a good one.
How was it?
You know, I hate the boring stuff.
You're right, though, it's hard when you have a so we understand it, but others are going down.
Sometimes I also ask the questions just so that we have the debates. And
And it gets to be that long if it's ever repealed. Of course, no.
yeah,
We just kick that.
I still gotta believe at some point that the whole site was just approved that way. Or the opposite is, someone decided to shave two feet off each lot to make an extra lot and not tell you. But the way we're gonna,
I think that what they were doing is they had these lots and they were going by the 10 feet and they just started flinking them down and at the very end, it's like, you lost space.
county mall says 60 feet.
We need county board approval.
Yeah.
We got a referral to.
Yeah.
I know, it's 11:30, we've been waiting patiently, say what you gotta say, but we can't do anything today. Right. All right, No.
No, today, county planning board.
Right. It already is, it's out. and-
Yeah.
If there were two, I wouldn't have made this.
But that's also. South facing.
March 2?
Yeah, so you'll be back in March here, because you're going to be seen before county planning board on February 8th. And I sent that to James.
The building where,
First American.
where what?
First American.
First American, okay.
I thought you said, I thought you said town board, they said county planning board.
You're welcome. If People's back there? Excuse me? You-hoo. We need to continue the meeting, so if you want to continue that out there, thanks so much. Okay, thanks for waiting. 211 High Point.
Good evening, Link Swedrock with BME Associates and Fred Rinaldi. We're here for High Point, so this is Building 300. And we've given you the rendering there that I just passed out. So basically, we're looking to extend a patio off the front of Building 300. The patio is driven by the tenant in that location. It needs to be to the first floor and in that location along the building, based on the floor plan for that specific tenant's needs. So, going through the criteria, I don't know if you want me to read through them all at this point, but we provided the 5 list of criteria with our deal, with our application, and, basically with the character of the neighborhood. Right now, based on where this is located, it's about the same. We're requesting a variance from a 30-foot setback, which is required, to a 12-foot front setback off of High Point Drive. Right here, sort of adjacent, is a dumpster enclosure, which is the same 12 feet off of that right-of-way line, so it's sort of consistent distance off the road. This will obviously be connected to Building 300 as shown on that rendering that we provided you for the patio. The building materials and everything are to match the building and be extended out from the front. Landscaping will be installed around it, consistent with the original site plans, as well as some additional landscaping around it. The across the street from this is all conservation easement wooded area that's going to be owned by High Point So there's nobody, this is all conservation easement area over there that's not going to be disturbed. It's wooded, so we're not really, nobody's going to be across the street looking at this patio area. Like I said, the reason for the request is mainly driven specifically by the tenant that they have in this area. You can't put it on the end of the building because of the elevation change, and this comes down to the garages and is at different elevations, so you can't do it off this end of the building. So it really needs to be sort of off the front of that building where we're proposing it. And like I said, basically it's a 30-foot front setback off of High Point Drive. We're requesting a variance for the 12-foot. And
Is there anything underneath this?
it's
It's
just
just a
built
patio.
to grade because it's the slope, it slopes down.
Is that storage or anything like that? It's just empty space? Okay.
It's just, basically, we have to extend the footers to the grade there, because the grade drops off to High Point Drive. And, so that's sort of the reason for that.
Just to clarify, this is a different tenant than First. So it's not as if First has their patio, First American, and then this is a completely different tenant.
Oh, okay.
One of the largest landlords in the country. And they have chosen Rochester to be their home base. And this would now make their space emblematic of their other headquarters, where they're going out of their way to impose an incredibly high quality of life for their tenants, aimed at recruiting, retaining. And what's cool about this actually is this building's 150,000 square feet. We're 100 and 200 or 120,000 square feet. My father loves adding corners to the building, so you have these natural patios or balconies. This building, because of the size and scale, we couldn't. So this is actually a nice opportunity to break up that High Point Drive facade. It'll be of the same building material, and we also have a pretty cool upgraded landscape plan that'll come with this. Fred, I cannot build you a mock version of this, but I can promise you
All
that
stakes.
it's actually in our opinion an improvement to break up that entire building elevation that faces High Point Drive.
Fred, you got questions?
I think it looks great. No. I don't think it'll be seen by the public to speak of. There's no throughput here. I'm fine with it.
Alexis, questions, comments?
You own the whole office park up there, correct? But it's separated into different.
So High Point, the first building where Constellation currently is, it's High Point 100 or 207 High Point Drive.
Is that the one you guys just went before the county IGA for a pilot on?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And then, so this one is separate, and so is this a separate tenant?
Separate tenant. We have such amazing tenants coming to the project. So Constellation's building will be, as they prepare to move to the city, we will be reletting their building, and the tenants that are entering the building, the BNL, which is the one you saw from the county, which is one of the largest commercial landlords in the country, publicly traded, and an awesome, young, excited workforce. So we've got some very, very cool surprises to follow suit. And building 100 will now be multi-tenanted, which we're very excited about.
And so this building right now, is that where Constellation is?
This is building 300 or 211 High Point Drive. This is where First American Equipment Finance just moved into a year ago.
This is the third.
The third building, third and final building.
Okay.
Constellation's in 100, then there's 200, and then this is 300.
Okay.
200 is Cooper Vision, has about 95% of the building.
Contacts.
Yeah, they do contacts, they do, for the football players, they do the lenses, it's such a cool company.
Yeah.
I'm good. I think it's still within character of the neighborhood. It's, High Point Drive, which is really how you access the sites, is right there. It's not a residential or a town road or anything to that. Maybe, I don't know if it's not a town road. It's a private. High Point Drive is a town road.
High Point Drive was dedicated.
It's dedicated to the town.
2 years ago. Yeah.
But it's not not a residential area. I think it's a great addition to the building.
Okay, right, we'll probably have some more questions later on, but County Planning Board, by the time they get back to us, it's going to be March. Quick question, though, total square footage for First American, how much are they taking?
They're in just under 90,000.
90,000?
Just under 90 of the 150. So they have the two-thirds of the second floor, all of the third, and all of the fourth.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate your patience.
Thank you.
Thanks. Oh, wait, anyone from the public want to speak for or against? Okay, hearing none.
You sure we told the public about that?
We'll have to wake some
All right,
up.
we'll see you in March. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
All right, motion to adjourn. Good, thank you, goodbye, good night, thank you, good morning, almost.
Like old times.